Spirit is high.
We learn surfing, completely suntan. The team is ready, the airplane is ready.
The partners have supported us to continue the project an additional year.
It's possible to fly almost forever with an airplane.
And more than all, we're going to be connected again.
We'll broadcast live from the cockpit. Be with us, follow us on solarimpulse.com.
Bring together again this beautiful community.
And looking forward to see you. Good luck.
Thank you, Audrey.
Welcome back to Solar Impulse TV, live from the Mission Control Center in Monaco. Solar Impulse 2 will be taking off in about 4 hours' time. Bertrand Piccard will be at the controls, and his destination will be the west coast of the United States, Moffett Airfield, just east of San Francisco. We already have live footage from Kalealoa Airport in Hawaii, and so we thought we'd let you enjoy that for the next couple hours. The next show will be our takeoff show, which will be at, let me get this right, 1700 UCT, and that is 5 p.m. here in Monaco and 5 a.m. in Hawaii. Thank you very much for watching Solar Impulse TV. Enjoy the live stream.
Morning, everybody. Morning. How are you?
So close. Again, Mira, who is camera 3? Who is camera 3? Okay, that's all right. Okay.
Enfin, je le mets relativement au long parce qu'on doit faire tous les essais.
Ouais, justement. C'est comme tu veux.
Non, je ne vais pas le mettre maintenant parce que ça fait trop de... Il passe partout.
C'est le nouveau selfie.
Oui, exactement.
Ça se marcher.
Non, le pauvre, non, parce que...
Exactement.
Le premier...
L'autre moustique, ça s'est
Oui,
parfait.
merci hein, pour le conseil.
Je te mets ça. Ton passeport, je te mets où?
Pour
Le passeport,
là,
je le mets
dans cette poche-là.
Ok.
Ouais, on va pas prendre de visa à l'arrivée, hein, cette fois. Hein.
Non,
Ouais, il y a l'écriture.
si tu arrives à me tenir
de là. Ça. J'ai toujours le timing. J'ai toujours aussi le timing du vol de Man. Ah ouais?
c'est ton premier vol. Je garde un souvenir.
Le procès d'hiver, moi, c'est le programme d'hiver niveau acrobatique, c'est ça là. Ah ouais. C'est le loop, on fait ça, etc.
Je te mets dans la poche.
Oui, je vais mettre peut-être.
Oui, pardon. Sur. Ouais, j'ai oublié le petit papier.
Oui, j'ai vu, mais qu'est-ce que tu veux? On n'est plus dans un pays arabe. Don't best jacket. That would keep it for the time being. Yeah. Put it on the Je pense que j'aurai le temps de faire mes emails en partant. Avant de partir, là, si je suis 1h30 dans l'avion. C'est sûr, ouais. Et tu peux faire les mails aussi? Tu les transfères?
Je te passerai les câbles.
C'est marrant parce qu'on a tous ces câbles, oui, non, puis les sons plus, c'est comme s'ils étaient plus là, quoi. Ouais, c'est vrai. Ça disparaît complètement, quoi. Mais moi, je remarque qu'après quelques heures de vol, on fait quand même un peu armé pour papy, hein. Le harnais est un peu détendu partout, les fermetures éclairs sont ouvertes, les braguettes sont ouvertes.
Ouais, bon, les braguettes, ça c'est sûr, quoi.
Ça, tu veux mettre ça quelque part? Tu veux mettre ça dans... Alors, ça maintenant, je vais les mettre dans le pantalon. Celui-là, je dois le garder.
J'ai un problème.
Ça marche?
Ça marche pas. 1, 2, 3. Il marche pas? Il marche un peu, il marche un. C'est des... Ouais, c'est...
Low budget production.
La voilà, c'est des trucs sortis. They work on 35 hours a week. It's not open yet.
Sorry, the French.
Alors ça, c'est le Xarelto ici. C'est ça.
One final thing.
Le Xarelto.
Je vais le prendre maintenant. Ça, il faut que je le mette quelque part.
Oui, je vais le prendre avec moi.
C'est tout à
C'est avec Carl, l'équipe. Ah oui, c'est maintenant, ouais.
One final thing.
Mais reste à côté de moi avec.
Ready to go.
Yes. Yes. Alors, on peut faire venir toute l'équipe ici. Où est-ce qu'on se met? Chez... Briefing!
Full briefing. Just look it up.
Briefing!
Ouais. On se met où? Ouais, dans un instant. Allez.
Voilà, mais je l'ai trouvé.
Merci, tableau.
Non, je l'ai cherché.
C'est à qui que je parle, là? C'est qui te retransmet en Suisse? C'est toi, donc je te parle ici? Non, mais ça va pas, l'équipe est là.
I can hear myself. Okay. Yeah. Yen, are you ready to get Bertrand's shot for the statement? Yes. Yes, that's good. We're still live on Yannick's camera. So Yen, you can adjust your frame. You can zoom out just a little bit. It's too close. Yeah, that's good. Is there a problem with Bertrand's mic? If it is, can you just zoom a little bit, Yen, so I know? Okay. Okay, I'll wait. I'm still on Yannick's camera. There's no problem. Yannick, can you slowly turn to your right where like LK and everyone is standing? They all look happy. So instead of focusing on your entree, we see what everyone else is doing. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yon, I still can't hear Bertrand.
So good morning to Hawaii.
Okay, cutting to Yon's. Yon, you're live. I can't hear Bertrand at all.
Of course,
Okay, I'm back, Yon. Yon, dim the lights, it's too bright. Yeah, that's good. Yon, there's something wrong with the mic. I can barely hear Bertrand. Okay.
With also, in addition to the team members of last year, the team members of this year who joined us a few months or weeks ago. So everybody is flying with me today. That's for sure. clear that when we have an airplane, when we have missions, when we have operations, sometimes we really see how stressful it is. But I think if everybody has accepted to do this stressful work and commit so much in this project, it's also because you know the purpose of it. And the purpose is now heard. You know, we were with Audrey in COP21. I did a lot of speeches also for ministers of energy, for governments. All this is thanks to the airplane, thanks to the people who built it, and thanks to the people who operate it. So what is fantastic if the takeoff can really happen this morning. Tomorrow it's Earth Day. Tomorrow we have the heads of state in New York to sign the Paris Agreement on climate change. It's extremely symbolic to do this flight right now. And we'll have a link with the United Nations from Solar Impulse. For me, it's fulfillment of the dreams. We're flying, we're transmitting this message, people listen to it, and it's thanks to you. So Dubendorf, Lausanne, Monaco, Hawaii, thank you. I said thank you to Audrey, but I'm also doing this project with Michel since 17 years. And my $3 sent me a message yesterday to say, go for it, Daddy, we're all behind you. No fear, just confidence. And this confidence, it's thanks to you, because of everything you have prepared. When I was thinking a few years ago about going across an ocean, I was really tense, really nervous, really stressed. And this morning I'm not. I'm not, because I know things are well prepared. So we never know what happens. It's an adventure, it's an exploration, it's a jump into the unknown. For me, it's the biggest jump. For Audrey, it's a small leap. For me, it's the biggest flight with Solar Impulse. So we never know. A lot of unpredictable things. Whatever happens, if it goes bad, it was my will to do it. My will to do it. And my responsibility to do it. And if it goes well, what I really hope, it will be our success to all. So, see you in 3 days in San Francisco. Happy birthday, Kathy. For your previous birthday, I brought you a plane in Nanjing. Now I'm sorry, I'm taking it away. No, so we meet in 3 days in San Francisco with the fulfillment of this message. And thank you again to all.
Have a nice flight.
Thank you.
Let me say a couple of words, Bertrand, very short, but I think you realize that you have a fantastic team behind you. I think the team has never been so, I don't want to say motivated, but so integrated, so strong together here, as we can see, but of course also in the MCC and in Dubendorf. And I'm sure everybody is so much behind you to make it for you a fantastic experience. You also have an airplane, I'm sure which will not let you down, and I'm sure you will partner with him, because in some ways for me it's a little bit of him. You will partner with him to get to your destination. Maybe one big challenge for you, which is going to be difficult, I'm sure, for you to decide to come down. But everybody is waiting for you on the other side, and everybody is wishing you a fantastic moment. I know it was really hard for you to wait, And I have to say, I deeply admire your resilience and your strength and the dedication you put on one side of the project, but also on mastering this airplane, and I think today you master it. Good fight, my friend.
Thank you.
True. Ah, moi, j'ai un petit peu d'eau.
But also the team spirit. We have the direct link to the rest of our team in German part of Switzerland, in French part of Switzerland, in Monaco, and it's really a teamwork. Since
Can you not hear it? Can you hear it now?
And we've done such a great partnership with André, flying one after the other since the Moroccan mission, the American mission, the first half of the round the world. So now it's my turn to go. André brought the plane here after this record-breaking flight last year, fantastic flight of 5 days. Now I'm bringing the plane to America, and we'll share the crossing of America and continue to Abu Dhabi. Hopefully, if everything goes well, it will be smooth. And it's moving to leave this place. You know, very often when we are making a stopover, we are happy to move fast. And here in Hawaii, I have to tell you, for us and for the team, it was meeting friends, it was getting into the culture of Hawaii, learning also the spiritual part of Hawaii, the karuna, everything that has to do with also the culture and the tradition of these beautiful islands. Of course, the team went also make other traditional activities like surfing, kiting, hiking, everything. So moving from here is emotional, but we're happy to continue the flight.
Emotional and exciting. I think it's exciting for us to resume the mission. As you can imagine, you have seen the motivation and the spirit of everybody. So it's a special moment, but I share, really Bertrand's feeling. In some ways, it's hard to leave this island. I'm sure if we would stay a few more days, we may not leave. I mean, we may stay for much longer time there. So maybe the time to proceed as well. When I look at the airplane and also see where I remember the moment I landed here last year, and for me it was extremely special, and also the 5 days I spent in the airplane, and I'm sure that Bertrand will have the same feeling. When you can get your energy every day from the sun, and you have the impression you can continue forever, it's an incredible feeling. I mean, it's in some ways it's working with technology and getting the best out of technology, but at the same time it's being close to nature. And I have the impression that something that you do well here on the islands, integrating what we have available, but trying to keep the spirit. And I remember talking to the Polynesian navigators here. We try to also remember and understand how they did 1,000 years ago. And when I arrived here on the islands, before I could see it, I could hear the voice of the air traffic controllers And the navigators told me that when they were getting close to an island, before they could see it, they would see birds. And they would follow the birds, in fact, to be able to find the island. And I had a bit the same impression. I was following this voice to find Hawaii. So for us, it was an incredible experience to be here and to see, in fact, how you bring together the new world of technology, but keeping the spirit which were developed here over so many years on the island. So, as we say, I mean, a little bit sad to leave, but excited, of course, to keep moving.
You have maybe heard also what I said to the team before. Tomorrow is Earth Day. And in New York, the heads of states of this world are coming together to sign the Paris Agreement on climate change. And this is something extremely important because they are not only signing an agreement to protect the environment, they are also launching the clean technology revolution. By fighting climate change, the world has to implement the type of technologies we have on Solar Impulse. Energy efficient technology, electrical mobility, smart grids, LED lamps, insulation of buildings. All this can divide by 2 the energy consumption of the world and the CO2 emissions. But much more than that, it creates jobs, it makes profit, it's a new market for the industry, and it allows economical growth. So clean technology is not something ecological only. Clean technology is something logical. And this is the way to go. And this is our conviction. That's our motivation. And this airplane is an ambassador of this clean technology revolution. This is why we have on the cockpit, Future is Clean. Future is Clean is an association we have created of more than 400 associations, organizations, NGOs in the world who are active into renewable energies and clean technologies. And the goal is really to bring everybody together under the flagship of Solar Impulse to be more proactive, to be more heard maybe in this world, and to have more followers. People will really go to this clean technology revolution to make a better world. So it's a flight with a purpose. It's a mission with a purpose. It's a project with a purpose. And that's why we're happy to welcome you, because you are the ambassadors of this project. When you talk about it and you spread this message to your readers, listeners, viewers, followers, and thanks to the social media also, we can spread this message better. So this is what we want to do, to say as a general statement before going, because this is what drives us.
It's interesting. I mean, you have such a fantastic environment. In fact, we have sun here, we have wind, we have geothermals, we have all the renewables. In fact, what we could do is exactly what we could do with this airplane. This airplane is a flying grid. It's a smart flying grid, or it's a flying smart grid. So we get the energy in a moment from the sun when it's given. We store it and we use it when we need it, and it's really for to cross the night and to be able to be in the air the following day. So this airplane is also what could be done on the ground with exactly the same technologies.
I think we have to answer also questions. We're happy to give answers before the questions come, if you know this. Hi, how are you?
Before you leave this morning, thoughts about what lies ahead? I know you just addressed your team members. Your feelings?
No, when I was thinking in advance, a few months or years ago, about crossing an ocean with a solar-powered airplane, I was stressed. I had wet hands. And this morning, I'm so confident, because the training flights here went well, the team has made a fantastic job, the weather looks good. Now, of course, it's exploration, and we don't know, so we have to be ready for everything. So what I find fantastic in these moments is that when you are the feet on the ground, you are in your normal life and you do things as usual. And suddenly you jump in an airplane that is like another world. It flies with no noise, no pollution. It's a world of concentration. It's a world of awareness of yourself in the present moment. It's a world of team, a world of teamwork. It's the world that I love. It's the world that I love. And this is why, for me, making this type of adventures is something so important.
Captain, real quick, the importance of this plane and what it means for our future. What do you think this plane, or what statement do you hope that this plane makes?
In fact, this plane represents what we could do on the ground, in our communities, in our cities. In fact, we get energy from the nature, from the sun here. It can be from the wind, could be geothermals. And we manage it in such a way that we store it and we use it whenever we need it, which is, for example, to fly through the night when there is no energy available for us. And that's exactly what we could do in our communities. It's to collect the energy, store it, it's cheap, it's reliable, it's available, and it can be done decentralized. So in some ways, you know, I call it a flying grid because the grid, or this type of grid, is what we need on the ground.
How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Hello. So I guess maybe if I could ask you, Bertrand, what do you think the challenges are going to be on the flight to California?
You have mainly two challenges for very long flights. You have the challenge of having enough energy every day for the plane, because when you reach the morning, the batteries are almost empty, and you need to get the energy of the next sunrise to continue. But the pilot has to stay also with energy, because it's several days and nights in a row with little naps of 20 minutes at a time. So I use health hypnosis to do it. André uses yoga. And you also have to be at the level of the plane in terms of energy. If the pilot is down or the plane is down, it doesn't work. So it's really a teamwork with the airplane and with the team who's supporting the pilots to reach the goal. So it's not easy, you know. This is the only airplane of perpetual endurance. It's the only airplane who flies forever. So it's a privilege to be able to fly it, but it's also a big responsibility and it's a big challenge. If it was easy, everybody would have done it before, earlier. And maybe the problem with pioneers is that they always do the things too early. You know, if we had waited 10 years, it would have been so easy to do it. But pioneers want to do it when it's new, open the road, invent the solutions, find the answers.
We try to slow down.
So we are always at the edge. Yeah, but it's always at the edge. It's always at the limit. So it's still something that is completely challenging. And the paradox is that in 10 years, people would say, oh, everybody does it. It's so obvious. Ah, yeah, there were guys who did it in the time where it was still difficult.
So your next destination is sort of a hotbed of innovation, kind of for the United States. I think the San Francisco Bay Area is. Did you select that the San Francisco Bay Area for that reason?
We selected 4 airports along the coast between Vancouver and Phoenix, and San Francisco was one of them. We know it already in Moffett, and it's clear that the fact that it's in the center of Silicon Valley is something quite natural. When we land there, we land in the middle of the pioneering spirit, and everybody really understands what it is. But before landing there will be Earth Day. There will be on the 22nd of April, the heads of state signing the Paris Climate Agreement, and it's very symbolic to have the plane flying on that day, and we will have a link with the United Nations.
And Andre, any words for Bertrand as he embarks on the 3-day voyage?
My recommendation, you know, is and would be, don't forget to come down there, because, you know, you have the possibility to fly forever this airplane. You enjoy it. It's great. I mean, it's a fabulous moment for yourself. I mean, of course, for the technology, but also for the pilot, for himself. Don't forget us. I mean, and please come down when you get to San Francisco.
When I have no food and no water, down.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
With pleasure.
Hi,
good morning. I'm John McCoy.
How are you, John?
Good morning. Good morning, John. How are you doing?
A little bit closer together. ask one question? You know, you've after you've been for buddy, how has your experience been here, and how has that affected your journey?
I'm very thankful, and we are very thankful for the welcome here. Can you imagine that when we were refugees here with an airplane that was not working anymore because of overheated batteries, we were hosted by the airport of Aloha, by the University of Hawaii, by the Department of Transportation. The governor came to welcome us, and it was fantastic to feel that we had such a warm welcome, everybody wanting to help. And we had all the spectrum, all the range of all the spirit of Hawaii, from the team going surfing to the Karuna coming here to initiate us to the spirituality of Hawaii, of the local culture. So we felt at home, and of course, we're in a way happy that we can fly again. But I tell you, it's the most difficult place to leave from, because we made friends and we felt Hawaiians for a year. And we will carry with us the spirit that we had here, that's for sure, and we're so thankful to all the authorities who have helped us.
It's a special experience. You know, this airplane flies with the newest technology. That's what we use, in fact, to develop it and to be able to fly day and night. On the other side, we fly very close to nature. We use the sun as the source of energy. You feel every turbulence, so you have to be with nature, not against nature. And what I've seen here on the islands, that's exactly what you try to do. In fact, is to merge both worlds. And that's what we should do everywhere, and that's what maybe we are forgetting. So for me, that's a very good example of where we should go as humanity, I mean, as a society.
Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Good pleasure. Thank you very much.
Have a safe flight.
Yeah, thank you. Great pleasure. Oh, just over here.
I'm going to write. Yes, well, aloha and happy birthday, first of all.
Aloha.
Happy flight. As you know, Hawaii has this long-term goal of having clean energy by 2030, and it's a long journey for you also. Any words for our leaders here on how to navigate that journey?
Yes, when you have ambitious goals, you need to motivate a lot of people. So the communication is important. You have to include people into this move to the future. And you also have to show how profitable it is for everyone and how much everyone will be able to benefit from it. It should not be only something for nature, because it will not work. If protection of the environment is expensive, people will not do it. What is fantastic in an island is that most of the energy has to be imported. So the energy is expensive. And when we produce it on site, it's cheaper. It creates jobs. It makes profit here. It makes more independence. It makes more social wealth. So this is what should drive the authorities. And I think since we arrived here with Solar Impulse, some politicians told us we should be even more ambitious. We should do it before 2030. And I'm sure you can do it before 2030 because the technology is available and it's profitable and there is the will. So go for it. It's probably the most beautiful challenge that humankind can do.
Thank you, and mahalo nui. Happy flight.
Mahalo.
Have a great day.
Thank you, c'est maloha ou mahalo?
Mahalo. Mahalo.
Thank you. Thank you. Merci. Merci.
Can
Hi.
Okay.
I give you a
Yeah. Oh yes, with pleasure. We have to give.
bird?
Yeah, we are wonderful there. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, it's so great. Ah, t'avais trouvé un petit peu d'eau?
So we call upon the heavens to come down to earth so that there is no separation between heaven and Father. It encompasses both heaven and earth. So we call upon the Creator to bring us together so that this project will be successful. But it's important that we come together in our hearts and minds, in our thought. So we need to breathe together. When you breathe together, then you pick up mana, and you share mana, and you can articulate that mana in a very specific way. And it should be focused on the plane, this living being, so that it is successful in accomplishing the task. And all of you are important in this task. You might not be the pilot, but you are important because all services need to be rendered in order to make this a success. So we join together. It's like the body. You know, the head doesn't argue with the hand, which is more important. The body works together. And so that locality of coming together and working together is going to be critical to the success of this journey. And it's a spiritual journey. And all of you will remember the spiritual journey in a very specific way. So each of you are in your own journey, but you must come together in unification and recovery, harmony, in order to share that spirit and share that experience. Okay? So as we have done the cleansing, now Lawrence will come up. We'll go ahead and sing our farewell song. Aloha. That was written by our queen. So, Lawrence.
If you know the song, please join in.
Remember, this is a journey of aloha, and you share your aloha wherever you go. And every breath you take the Creator within you. And so use that Creator within you to come together and look at you. And balance. And you will be successful on your personal journey and also the cumulative journey that you are on. Mahalo, and we wish all of you well. We wish you good health. We wish you smiles and good weather starting with tonight.
Mahalo.
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 we only have a camera mic. Ah.
Likewise. How are you?
Tókstu ekki bara að taka mikrofón, hann er ekki tókst hann. Er þetta pluggaður inn? Hann er pluggaður inn. Er hann plugg? Nei, menn hann er skorðaður og það er en hinn, sunnar laus. Tókst hann að þetta? Bara verð skorðaður með það?
Thank you very much. Good and you? You had a wonderful trip.
Hvernig er eitthvað núna mitt að áður en?
Thank you. You just came back.
Er það bara flug?
You were on the other side, eh? You were in the Atlantic. Panama Channel.
Inte stenet. Var ekki annað með? Nei, ég nota sem bjargar. Þú bjargar, það var alltaf hinn í því. Var þetta ekki alltaf bjargar? Það er líka fyrir mína hinn. Sem ég kofa, sem er þá aldrei. En ákvæðan á sig hinn. Tengdu fyrir mikrofónin. Já, eða þetta. Ok, gerum þetta. Ákveða rásir. Það er rásir. Setjum frá. Setjum eitthvað sem verður. Það er bara... Það er bara eitt. Það er bara eitt. Svo setjum mikrofónin sem tengdur á eitt.
Essentially, for the island. Ah, yes. Essentially, us Hawaiians, this flag is also installation.
Þessi nú.
Ok, ça c'est bon signe.
Parfait, merci.
Il y a d'autres personnes qui doivent venir dire bonjour.
Tu sais quoi, d'accord. On est toujours dans le catabatique. On devait avoir du vent en piste 11 du secteur 90. Et là, en fait, on est toujours assez bien avec du 0,30. Ça va aller, mais il faut pas qu'on se...
Ouais, c'est 1 minute et demie juste pour rester là. Et elle va faire ça, c'est pas. Tu vas essayer?
I know you're going to miss the island, but you know, that's how it's going to happen.
I definitely have to come visit you all.
Yeah, of course, yes. On est obligé de mettre l'avion un peu plus face au vent là-bas. Il faut que tu permettes aux journalistes de prendre le boarding correctement. Si jamais il faut leur permettre de se déplacer un petit peu.
So this song is what I danced at Miss America for you all. It's called The Prayer, and it's a fusion of Hawaiian and English. So I hope you both enjoy.
On y va?
Pray you'll keep on high.
for boarding. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your welcome here in Aloha. We had a wonderful time. We're leaving a lot of friends. Bye-bye.
Have a good flight!
Il n'y a plus d'externe là, hein? On a combien de retard? On est recalé?
Les mondes se télescopent. Là, mon Greg.
Une famille qui m'a tellement profondément touché.
Merci à toi, Greg.
Proud.
On fait ça ensemble. Hein. Vous êtes dans l'avion aussi.
Ouais, je vais m'occuper de ma sœur.
Oui. Ouais. Nainoa est encore là. C'est beau le cadeau qu'il nous a fait. Faut peut-être juste que, comme ils ne sont pas encore prêts, il est où Nainoa? Nainoa, il est où?
Je sais pas.
Je voudrais juste encore lui dire.
Heyrðu, að gera þetta fljótt verður snokkur og setja mig á mikrofónu. Kamera mikrofónu. Heyrðu, verður snokkur.
C'est bon, on peut y aller. On laisse le rocking park pour ça peut pas déranger.
This is clean media slot, please.
Oui.
Ouais, but it's for you also.
Audrey, viens. Je crois que c'est des images aussi.
C'est des images qu'on doit balancer maintenant à la presse. Jean? C'est bon, Jean?
On va te lâcher, c'est que je c'est d'accord. Bien gentil.
Okay, you know, this is the type of moments where I'm already gone. So I don't know if I'm supposed to do anything, any statement or not, but...
No, just for our pictures.
Okay, good.
Okay, absolutely not.
Because the goal now is
Hey.
to get in the sky.
Okay, we're good, thanks. Guys, come on. Niels?
Yep.
Ready?
Are we good on timing?
Yes. Yeah, we have to go now.
Yes. Are we good on timing?
Yeah, 2 minutes. So
2 minutes.
Okay, it's fine.
Ok.
Okay.
Daniel, tu m'installes?
Oui.
Tu veux dire par devant ou par derrière? Non, c'est toi qui dis.
Ok. Bye bye. Thank you and see you in San Francisco in 3 days. I hope.
Se det Daniel att tacka mickarna.
Alors, j'ai toujours un micro là. Je peux vous rendre ce micro?
Moi, je crois que j'ai muté, hein.
Ouais, c'est tout.
Il faut toujours faire attention après. Les hélices peuvent commencer à tourner là. C'est toi qui regardes ça?
Je peux me rapprocher un peu. Je peux me rapprocher.
Schwanz. Elle est assez longue, là, c'est bien.
Je vais faire ça.
Ah oui, oui, ok. Là je suis installé. Il y a assez de bouteilles pipi.
Oui, oui, t'as 3 bouteilles, t'as 25.
Ça c'est bon. Très bien. Tu me dis au niveau timing où on en est.
On est bon. Ça va, Nils? On doit bouger dans 7 minutes, donc tout va bien, 7-10 minutes.
Parfait.
Donc tu prends ton temps, tu fais comme il faut, il n'y a aucun souci.
Génial. Alors, je vais quand même allumer le cockpit. Ah oui, oui, complètement. Alors, on va prendre le coding to QRH. Alors là, bien sûr,
David, est-ce que tu peux faire la police? Oh, in New Zealand, can you impact
au vent, on est stable. Alors, Cypress Activation.
Il vient de partir checker.
Du mission
Pour vérifier la piste.
Manual opening line, mission parachute. Alors, la ligne pour déverrouiller la poignée, c'est bon. Alors, rudder pedal, ça a l'air bon, mais on enlèvera ça. Seat backrest, adjust, properly locked. Pilot interface, find the Schwanz. Mission parachute harness, put on and check. Parachute handling procedure, on a vu. On n'a pas le Mertens. In reach, mission. Alors, in reach. Quoi? Ah, il est déjà en bas? Oui. C'est le grand luxe. In reach. Emergency life. Il est là. Et puis celui qui est le Victorinox avec mon nom gravé sur la lame.
Il est dans la food box.
D'accord. Super. Le petit Victorinox de poche marqué sur la impulse.
Il est dans ses affaires personnelles. Personnel.
D'accord. Et dessus. Emergency light. Seat harness. Ça on le mettra après. Cable cutter, il est là au fond. Cockpit ventilation. Tough, il faudra s'assurer qu'il soit free. Alors, je mets le casque après. Alors, SQ2 sensor, adhésivité, tout ça, t'as vérifié? T'as vérifié tout ça? D'accord. Battery cooling, check close. Check il faut. Et
I know.
It seems to be starting to be better.
Oh, yeah.
Cockpit battery. Oh. Et on doit avoir les essentiels, donc ça et ça, et les coffres. Check on, not. C'est bon. Le truc me dit hello, c'est très gentil. La musique, on va commencer à... Ouais, ouais. L'enregistrement, parce qu'il faut retrouver la nuit à la maison, dans le code, ça. Ouais, j'ai besoin de la...
Toujours la même situation, avec les deux un peu forts à tenir à l'aide.
Yes.
Powered. There's one not powered. So on passe sur le 1. On va passer sur le ici. Automatiquement au charging mode.
Hold on.
rester longtemps, regardez. 720. Juste pour les cartes un peu. Voilà. Merci. Bon, il se réveille pas, hein, celui-là. Ok. 420. Tout ça, il faudrait presque le faire à la fin. À mon avis, tu as bien bougé?
J'attends les DFD pour l'instant.
Ok, d'accord. Le problème, c'est que ça sert à rien de mettre toutes les radios, tous les transpondeurs en marche et tout, hein, question énergie. Non, mais c'est bien de les checker. Écoute, t'as 1h30 avant de prendre les collages. T'as le temps, hein? Non, mais c'est juste pour pas laisser tout allumé. C'est vrai qu'en même temps, si ça marche pas, il faut le savoir maintenant. Hein. Non, mais c'est pas une consommation énorme. Ouais. Surtout en stand-by. FI observer. Who is FI observer? C'est Richard. Ouais. Richard?
FII?
Ouais. Je suis sûr que tout soit bon.
Ouais, très bien. Si tu veux faire des photos du PNC. C'est independent display. Independent display. Celui-ci? Ouais. On va rentrer là.
Qu'est-ce qu'il y a? Qu'est-ce qu'il y a? Ouais. Ah d'accord.
On a encore plein de marge et on a le temps.
C'est Raymond. Ça me plaît pas énormément ça. Mais vous avez 14 ans, moi j'ai pas un souffle à l'intérieur. C'est normal. Ah ouais, il y a des gens là. C'est normal pour plus pas partir. Ouais. 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 Non, je suis d'accord. Non, non, on stick to the rules, hein, c'est tout. Donc, voilà, si on a des... Oui, c'est ça. Non, on a des limites, on ne va pas les changer. Donc, on respecte les limites et puis, écoute, on va déplacer l'avion, on va peut-être le mettre dans l'hangar, on est en train de tout préparer pour ça. On tient au courant. Ok? Ok, à tout. Ciao.
Tu as un espoir que ça diminue? Bon, selon les forecasts, c'était censé être bon, sinon ça n'aurait pas été un jour vert. Il faudrait juste attendre 100 € on verra.
Oui, on va se mettre, le mieux, c'est de préparer la rentrée. Puis je pense que ça s'ouvre bien maintenant. Hein. Donc, je pense qu'il faut préparer tout là-bas.
c'est que dedans, on ne peut pas vérifier toute la télémétrie et tout ça.
Non, mais tu auras le temps sur le chemin. Ouais. Tu sais, après, il tu auras le temps, quoi. On va... Ça s'ouvre bien, là. Hein, mais ça s'ouvre bien. No. That's what we were afraid of. We knew that it would pick up, but when maybe it will come down, we'll see. We are slightly above the limit, so we protect the airplane and we wait, and then we see how it develops. Yeah.
From what I understand.
Yeah, but the wind is picking up already. But it's true, if we would have had the energy, maybe we would have been in the air at 3 o'clock already. So it's difficult to recharge the airplane because it has been windy all every morning.
You can never drop your belly.
No, and you know, you're tempted to go to say, let's try, but that's the mistake not to do. So I think we have some rules. It's important to keep these rules in mind and follow them. Now we are just above the limit, so we need to protect the airplane.
En français?
So
Mathieu?
no mistake.
I want to be not in the wind because it's really strong. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, she blown up by the wind.
It's really strong in the microphone anyway.
Yeah.
It can, this adventure can turn on a dime, can it? En français, please? Turn on a dime means very quickly. One moment everything feels good, and then because you're right on the edge.
Oui, d'une certaine manière, c'est vrai qu'on est sensible à la météo, mais on savait qu'on était à la limite ce matin. Donc en principe, la météo, le vent était bon jusqu'à vers 5-6 heures. Maintenant, il commence à se développer qu'on n'aimerait pas dépasser. Donc on va mettre cet avion, je pense, dans le hangar, attendre un moment, voir de quelle manière ça se développe. Mais c'est pas toujours facile, c'est vrai que tu as la pression pour partir, tu as envie de continuer. Mais c'est pour ça qu'on a des limites, et puis on sait, ces limites, on les a développées avec le temps. C'est pas assez dangereux, c'est pas le moment de casser l'avion, quoi, même si c'est difficile.
C'est un petit goût de déjà vu, non?
Oui, exactement, c'est un goût de déjà vu, bien sûr. Ouais. Mais je pense que potentiellement ça peut se calmer. Mais on ne connaît pas assez, chaque aéroport a un petit peu sa dynamique. Hein. Donc je pense que les locaux vont pouvoir dire exactement maintenant ça c'est assez normal parce que ça c'est pas évident en fait pour nous. Hein. Donc on suit simplement le développement, on verra. Quoi. Je pense qu'on va avoir une petite heure de suspense et puis on va prendre la bonne décision, on va pas prendre de mauvaises décisions. Et la bonne décision c'est de respecter les règles qu'on s'est fixées.
What are you looking for right now, Andre? What are you in tune with? What are you watching for? What are you listening to? Like, what don't you want to happen?
Matériel là, on dégage.
No, what I don't want to happen is to take the wrong decision. Let's see if we have to move. Yeah. Shall we move?
Yes, we're moving.
Alors on y va? Okay, let's move.
Come on, moving.
Careful.
The maneuver will be the following. We will turn the aircraft clockwise. We will go sideways in front of the hangar, and then we will continue the turn clockwise to enter the hangar. Kathleen, I'd like you to tell us about the clearance with the aircraft. Nico, I'd like you to go close to the hangar at the starting point, and then we do exactly as normal.
Là it's mute, hein?
On a celle-là.
Ah, ok.
you can follow the taxiway and we keep the wing into the wing. Go down, push up the tail will pass on the plate. So Nico, go close to the hangar. Close to the hangar.
But they are far away, so they follow what we see here. Decision will be taken from here, from the FCC. I mean, the FCC will make sure we follow the rules, but we have to decide here because we see the situation here.
En français, what are you doing right now?
Talking to you.
Yes, yes.
Okay, we start the trail. So, Gabriel, frontward and V backward.
Décision, puis pas se faire pousser par la pression, et puis d'être sûr que. On prend une mauvaise décision, donc on a une équipe qui est super. On est au-dessus, donc j'espère que le vent se calme un peu. Tout à fait possible, on va voir. Quoi.
No three people on the handling bar, huh? Only Gabriel. And Ein, you go the other way and you push up. Ein, the right wing and push up.
Parce que c'est de notre réalité et puis il faut l'accepter. Donc il faut vivre avec et puis il ne faut surtout pas commencer à se mettre de la pression soi-même pour être déçu. Le mauvais pas.
What do you think is going through Bertrand's mind right now?
I guess it's important that he stays concentrated. It's not his decision, so I think it's better he stays focused. He will be a little bit disappointed, but I think he has learned also that whatever happens, normally it's for the good, it's not for the bad. If you have to modify your plan, and I think that's what is important in life. I mean, we always want to.
Toughest part of the adventure is learning that
Yeah,
lesson.
yeah.
Huh?
I would say a couple of months.
Keep turning slowly.
Yes, the wind is picking up a little bit more than what we.
Ein, you can come in the left wing. Ein,
The hangar, as the airplane is better protected, and we'll see.
and you can help to pull up. Thank you.
Decide afterwards when to go out, how to go out, and potentially if we go out. I mean, if the wind is too much, we'll follow our rules there because it's stupid to take a bad risk.
So how many knots of wind are we looking at?
When we move the airplane, as we move it sideways, and sideways it's pretty sensitive. We don't want to exceed 10 knots, so it has been gusting up to 14, and you're just at the wrong moment, and you can really damage something, which is stupid. So you train patience, and you train to accept that sometimes your plan has to be modified, and it's not always easy, but that's part of the program. Huh?
Part of any pilot's program.
Yeah, sure, exactly. Yeah.
Sure. The decision, is there a time frame?
Yes, because afterwards the wind will be picking up as soon as you have sunrise. It's going in the wrong direction, and then we know the wind is too strong. So if up to sunrise we didn't find the right solution, we will have to postpone. But we're not there yet. So for the time being, we are protecting the airplane. It's better to wait inside than to wait there.
makes it easier, and when we follow what nature is doing.
Sunrise is like 6:08 this morning, so can your window go right up to 6:08? Or?
Yeah, that's right. Yes, yeah, at least up to 6:30. Yeah, and then if we if we don't take off until 6:30, it will mean that we'll postpone the departure.
What was that? It was winds? It was winds?
It's a good. It's a good situation. In some ways, of course, it's nice to stay in this fabulous place. So it makes it, yeah. You always have to put yourself in the right mindset when you have a tough decision to make. And it's a tough decision not to go, because you are tempted to say, now we decided, we go, and that's something we really have to avoid. So try to stay zen and calm.
That's the term we always use in fighter pilot terminology, flying into a sucker hole in the clouds or closing around you.
I thought astronomers use the term sucker hole.
Yeah.
Are you using the same normal frequencies that the airlines use en route, or do you have a special frequency? I know you'd have a special frequency.
No, we use the same frequencies, but we also have a satellite systems, and we have a control center, and so we use the satellite system for that. But normally when we are here, we talk to Honolulu approach after departure and the tower and everything there.
And
I think the lady has a question.
I just have one question.
sorry.
I missed it.
Yes.
What exactly is going on with the weather right now?
The wind has been picking up a little bit more than what we have forecasted. And we have some limits, especially when we move the airplane, as we move the airplane sideways. If it's too gusty, it's difficult to handle. Okay. As long as the wind is coming from the front of the airplane, that's fine. But to move it to the point of departure on the runway, that's where we have the risky situation. So for the time being, it exceeds our limits, so we put the airplane in the hangar and we'll wait.
Okay, thank you. And you said your window, the kind of the call for the no-go would be anything past the 6:30?
Yeah, that's right, yes.
Wind's probably fairly closely aligned with 04 today for takeoff, isn't it? But it's more getting it to the
It's exactly that. Yeah, because you have the surface, you have the the stall speed is 19, so it's an aircraft which is sensitive to wind speed and then to gust as well. But as long as it's in the front, it's fine.
What is the wind speed right now, by chance?
We had gust up to 14. That's what we measured.
Up to 14.
And we like to stay not above 10, especially when we move the airplane. 10 knots.
Yeah, I think this is a bit higher than was forecast for this.
It's higher than forecasted because normally it was between 4, 6, maybe gusting 7 or so. So it's, but it may come down. So that's. See you later.
Let me take 1 second. I want to thank you for the autograph pictures you sent to the QBs and me. And we really enjoyed it over there.
Yeah, it was great. It was great to see you guys. It was a fantastic moment. All the best.
You bet.
Welcome back to Solar Impulse TV. Now, I know we said no comments during this segment, but obviously for those of you following on social media and following the show so far, you've noticed that Solar Impulse was outside of the hangar and has gone back in. So with me to talk about what's happening, I have Flight Director Mishi. Great to have you on the show for the first time. Tell me what's happening.
Well, at the moment they just went in to have the airplane out of the wind. It was too gusty. We expected some gust, but not that strong. So at the moment the pilot is back in the cockpit. He can do all his preparation also there. It would have just been very nice for the people outside to see, as you can see them there on the stands. And it's a pity for the people. At the moment it's more or less according to plan, but nevertheless there is an end for all these options, and we'll see how the weather and the wind develops.
Because we were expecting it to be a bit gusty and then get a little bit quieter a little bit later in the morning.
Yes, there is. The gustiness was forecasted and not that strong, but it's weather and it's a microclimate around Aloha, and we have a strong low-level jet above, meaning a strong wind at 3,000 feet or 2,000 feet. And this can cause problems on the lower levels. And at the moment we have these problems, but stay calm, go back into the hangar, continue the preparation. We have still a hell out of time to decide.
Yeah. And actually, it's interesting, Solar Impulse, remind me again about sort of it doesn't like crosswinds. Remind me again about the maximum crosswind.
Well, we have several limits. For ground handling, there's a limit of 10 knots. And for takeoff and landing, it's also around 10 knots. But depending a bit on the direction, if it's more than 4 knots crosswind, it's not nice to take off. But there's also the possibility to take another runway to have the wind coming from the nose. But actually the problem at the moment is really like to protect the people maneuvering the airplane and the airplane itself.
Because actually you saw in some of those pictures, if you weren't following before, I mean, actually the people that are holding the handling mast, they can actually be lifted off the ground if there's a gust.
It's a really tough work out there, and and it's dangerous because the airplane is so light, has such a massive surface, and to hold it with a few people, it's nearly impossible.
And you were just talking about forecasting and microclimates in Hawaii. In some ways, that's sort of one of the tricks at Solar Impulse is that, many of the things that you need to forecast are often so, people there probably think it's sort of a light breeze or something, but it's obviously enough to affect Solar Impulse.
Sure. Kalaeloa is still one of the best airports we could have selected in that area of all these 4 islands. So we love that place. But today it's rather windy, and that's how it is, and we have to deal with it.
Yeah, but I mean, I think still optimistic. As you said, Bertrand is probably doing his preparation, getting ready for the takeoff, and doing what he needs to be done. So we're not calling it off yet. It definitely, we're hoping to get to San Francisco in a couple days' time.
Sure, I hope, and cross fingers and cross the Pacific. But you could see Bertrand laying down now, having a rest, a nap. He got up very early this morning, and certainly all the ceremony is also emotional for him. Now he's preparing himself, so enjoying the time, I guess, still. But that's part of the Solar Impulse adventure, to cancel maybe even on the runway at the last moment.
Yeah, and I mean, it was quite. I mean, I'm sure it was quite emotional. I mean, we saw Bertrand give the speech, and then we did see the Hawaiian departure ceremony, and all those things. I'm sure he's thinking about them now, as well as the weather, probably. Well, I think that's probably, I should probably let you get back to work. You have more important things to do. So we'll probably be touching base in hopefully a few hours' time for the takeoff show.
I hope so, yeah.
Or, and actually, let's see, the takeoff is 2 hours.
2 hours,
2 hours
and
time.
plus a little bit, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, I hope.
So yeah, so stay tuned for the takeoff show, which will be in about an hour's time, assuming everything goes ahead.
I don't maybe have the impression that this plane is going out again, maybe. So I think we should just look me up with SPI cable. And Daniel has come to pick up an SPI cable. Is that something that is interesting for you? So it's good now. You got a signal.
On disait on essaie de retarder jusqu'à 6h30, voire 6h40.
att det är riktigt så mycket färre med vind. I have Michelle now. If you can get me out of the air.
I will tell this also to André. Quand même. He needs to have the full picture.
Mal, was kommt? 8 Knoten? 5,1.
I think the weight calculator is here.
5.1 crosswind.
This is
here.
Yes.
We have the answer.
You have the answer, which is
5.1.
5.1 knots.
if we have 8 knots from the north sector.
But is it with slush on the runway, ice, or dry runway, or grooved runway? Or?
I just took the sinus.
Hello, the one.
Hello. Hello, you.
Hello, you.
0-4.
Crosses for demonstrated.
Why? I have to. I didn't use it since a long time. But this is not for the wind. This is wind. That's not the good. That's not the correct one.
Crosswind calculator. My friend Google.
Yeah.
Crosswind calculator.
Ah, you are a young guy, modern guy.
Jusqu'à 10, donc je dirais jusqu'à 10 ça va, hein, ça gasse bien, mais ça va.
Mais on a cross maintenant, oui.
Donc ouais, mais ça, ouais, un petit peu croche, mais donc
Before it gave the wind, but not anything. Ah no.
Ja, aber da hat dann halt die Differenz und weil es hier jetzt halt so ein bisschen kryptisch ist, und das ist checken wir die Höhe. Ja. Vielleicht eine nein, ich wollte den
Ouais, André. Alors, donc pour te dire toute la vérité, parce que je veux rien te cacher, sharp, à la limite, c'est 5h48 le plus tôt, le décollage.
Ah d'accord.
Oui, we would accept it.
J'accepterai 5h48.
You have no clouds, it's daylight.
We have no clouds, then of course.
Ok, donc on prend 5.
Ouais.
Donc on prend 5,50 premier décollage. Hein. Donc ça veut dire qu'on sortirait à 4,40. Ça veut dire qu'on va faire le point à 4,35. Donc je t'appelle à 4,35 moi. Et puis on décide un indice à 4,40. Et puis on viserait 5,50 premier décollage.
Ouais.
Ok. Et donc d'ici là on mesure le vent.
Ça marche.
Ok.
À toutes. Merci. Ciao.
So what are you thinking? Go out
Yeah.
as late as possible?
Yeah, he called me at 30 or 35.
Aber das ist
So you understand that you have to do that in English. Like
20 Minuten,
ja. Yes. Ah ouais, c'était en live? Ah putain. Oh, voilà. Bon, je jurais en anglais, ça va. Ouais. Ah non, mais c'est bien.
5,50, c'est parce qu'ils ont recalculé la météo ou qu'ils ont...
Non, c'est uniquement une question d'énergie. Par rapport au lever du soleil et puis etc. Puis l'énergie que ça fait pour monter.
Ils doivent tout recalculer parce qu'ils avaient un autre calcul avant à cause de l'énergie.
Non, ça c'était fixé hier déjà. Il m'a dit 6 heures. Après il a dit écoute, j'ai regardé, pour être très précis, c'est 5h48, donc on a pris 5,50 comme truc. Non, ça n'a pas changé. Ça n'a pas changé.
S'il y avait beaucoup de nuages, des trucs comme ça, peut-être qu'on prenait un peu plus de marge, mais il fait beau, donc il y a pas, ça nous contraint pas à se trouver dans le chemin de vol, quoi. Tu vas aller pisser? Hein? Ah, ici, tu veux dire. Mais tu veux pas aller aux toilettes là-bas, ou bien?
Non, je vais aux toilettes là-bas.
Ah ouais?
Je peux pas faire la porte. Je peux pas commencer à utiliser les...
D'accord. Donc il faut... Daniel? Ah, il est là.
Ouais,
super.
c'est
Alors
mieux.
à toutes, hein, je laisse faire tes petites doigts.
Okay, so we decide 20 minutes. Check whether it's right. Yeah, it's a little bit better than what it was actually moving there.
That has go longer because otherwise we need again 2 weeks in the yacht.
Yeah, no, that's right.
Can you take the camera off me so we can prepare Andre? Can you take camera off me?
Ça va et toi? Ja, de grand stress. Okay. Wenn du denkst, das ist gut. Was da was du mal sagen?
Ja, je hebt die gesprekken doen. Ik heb er voor live zitten. Denk je, zet de micro op tempo zetten? Ah, zeg het wel. Ik ben hier terug bij hem.
We put it on the yeah, I think that's the way we should.
Can you come to the engineering garage?
Where is the office box?
Maar
Tu peux faire venir Nice, là? C'est fait.
André, Monaco. Paris.
2 minutes.
2 minutes. We will prepare in
Yes.
we will do it in a few minutes.
Qu'est-ce que tu penses? Moi, bon, tant qu'on est face au vent, on est bon. Est-ce qu'on arrive à déplacer cet avion maintenant face au vent et non pas l'inverse? Et puis, on ne fait plus de taxiway, on le fout sur la piste, et puis on le recule sur la piste face au vent. On fait tout du face au vent, quoi. Et puis, à mon avis, on tient le, parce que le vent ne va pas passer à 15, on n'est pas. La prévision, elle est légèrement basse par rapport à la réalité. Mais tu arrives à me le mettre face au vent? Ouais.
On était comme ça tout à l'heure. Hein. Donc ça veut dire que là, on fait un side loop, on fait carrément une marche arrière. Là, là on l'a déjà fait, hein, donc on l'avance comme ça.
Voilà. Et puis sur
la piste, on backtrack.
Voilà, on fait pas de taxiway, on backtrack. Hein?
Est-ce qu'on a une... do we have are we within the limit in the crosswind for takeoff? Not yet, but we'll see.
Yes, but we check that.
Because then we need to get back in.
Is the wind in line with your runway?
No, not
that's my
exactly for
question.
the timing, not exactly. But normally it should come from the 080, and now it's from the north, so it may just get in the right direction at the right moment. Ouais, on va checker ça avant de sortir, c'est sûr. Hein.
1 hour and 10 minutes.
But I would taxi tail into the wind out here. We take the aircraft out as it is, and we go as it is now on the runway 11, because the aircraft like this is doable if the wind comes exactly from the tail. This is how we did.
Aussi, I would turn it and
just after the hangar.
Turn it, put it. You need a little bit more time to do it. Or?
Run up and door closing 10 minutes.
Not much.
Lineups 5 minutes.
Hello,
Mediasat
Stéphane?
is killed already. Unloading aircraft 10 minutes. Taxi 40 minutes.
Tu m'entends, Stéphane?
And taxi is from the hangar.
It's like Brussels style also.
We did that already.
De quoi?
Facing the wind in Brussels.
Yeah. Tu m'entends, Stéphane?
Yeah? Oui.
La direction du vent actuellement.
We talked about it the other day.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I was writing about this on the book there, and I almost threw up. Huh? No, I mean, j'ai accelerated a little bit, but I was really.
Tu m'entends, Stéphane?
I said shit.
Non,
Number of
pas de la
mistakes
vitesse,
we
pas de
did.
la direction.
Mistake number 1, mistake number 2, mistake number 3, 6 mistakes.
Plein nord, hein?
Shit, we were lucky there. Really lucky.
Ouais, on est en train de se demander si on sort l'avion, le taxi, on le laisse en face au vent. Ok, merci.
Qu'est-ce qu'il dit?
Ouais, c'est sûr. Absolument. À tout. Ouais, on est toujours plein nord. Yes,
Plein
so,
nord avec combien?
toujours 12. Auguste.
12.
Oui, là, c'est bon.
Donc, we go out of the hangar, we go where we can nicely do the 360, we face the wind, and we go backwards, Charlie 2. Then on the runway this is going to be easy because it's sideways, so there is no problem with the main landing gear. And here we will have the gear, yeah, so it's going to be backwards.
Ça va ou bien?
Yes. Usually it's 35 minutes. I would count 50 minutes, let's say 55 minutes.
Yeah, take a bit more, huh? Okay.
And then we wait on the runway.
Then
we don't wait. I mean, just do the run up and everything. I mean, it has all the checks. Everything is ready.
Well,
Yeah, but
we have
the
50
cockpit
minutes
is
to do
off
that.
again.
Huh?
We have to start from zero. Cockpit is off.
And pilot is boarding. But still.
Ouais, mais bon, c'est des... Ouais. Il va border, il va faire ses checks, il va faire ses clac, 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 clac.
Two things that are important. The first thing is if we go out, we should be committed to take off because afterwards.
Yeah.
Guys, to understand why it's so different and what's going on in this.
Ouais, allô? Je t'entendais pas sur mon mobile, je sais pas pourquoi. Tu m'entendais? Ok. J'ai essayé d'appeler. Alors maintenant, attends, il y a André qui m'appelle.
Donc, on va décider à 5 heures.
Ouais. André, je t'écoute.
Je vais aller vite chez...
Ouais, je t'écoute. J'étais au téléphone avec Stéphane.
Oui.
Je sais pas s'il donne un new wind from Stéphane.
Okay, wind from the north.
D'accord, c'est bien. Oui.
Non.
Qu'est-ce qu'il dit, Stéphane?
89 knots, gusting 12 from 360. Okay.
8 à 9, gust 12. Non, 8 à 9, gust 12 pour le moment.
Donc, ce qu'il faut... Pourquoi, en fait, qu'est-ce qu'il dit Luc sur ce vent? Est-ce que le vent va changer de direction ou pas avec en s'approchant du lever du soleil?
Il a peine à dire parce que tu vois, le taf, il donne un barrière de 4. Juste pour dire, c'est fou quoi. Donc il s'arrache les chiffres qui restent.
Ouais, ouais.
Ok, call us back when
Ouais, d'accord. Donc, qu'est-ce qu'on a comme limite au décollage maintenant? Si on prend donc les directions puis les valeurs qu'on a, est-ce que vous arrivez à dire les limites qu'on a pour le décollage pour savoir?
Si j'ai du nord à 8 nœuds, ça donne un crosswind de 5. Si j'ai du nord à 10 nœuds, ça donne un crosswind de 6. La limite officielle crosswind, c'est 4 ou 5?
4, 5.2.
What is the official POH crosswind limit? 4.
Demonstrated.
4 knots.
It's demonstrated.
It's demonstrated. Maybe we can.
Is it a limit? Is it a limit
Demonstrated is 4.
Is it not tested more than?
No.
But when you see that I'm
Okay, so it's not a limit.
Ouais, je regarde. Par exemple,
Allô?
If the wind is 010 at, wait a second, 10 knots, ça nous donne 5 nœuds de crosswind, 9 de head, donc ça devrait être manageable.
No, but focus regime should be in
Donc si tu veux, l'idée est la suivante, hein, maintenant, ici. On sort l'avion et on va le déplacer toujours face au vent. Donc on va le déplacer du côté, en arrière, etc. Donc on le maintient face au vent. Et je pense que si on le maintient face au vent avec le vent...
Et il faut surtout que Bertrand aide avec les ailerons.
C'est tout à fait jouable. Ou pas.
10 knots.
I don't know the wind speed, but
en fait, c'est un casting 10 et puis de temps en temps, t'as une casting 12, quoi. Mais si on est face au vent, je pense que c'est jouable. Juste. Hein, donc, pour nous, déplacer l'avion,
ce qu'il faut, André,
c'est jouable.
Écoute-moi.
Par contre, ce qu'il faut, c'est qu'on soit sûr de pouvoir... Oui, ce qu'il faut, c'est qu'on soit sûr de pouvoir décoller. Quoi. Yeah. Oui, mais il est plus dans l'avion maintenant, Bertrand, donc il est ressorti. Donc, Bertrand, tu fais quoi dehors là? Faudrait te mettre dans l'avion, hein, si jamais on va bouger. Ouais, mais après, il faut que tu fasses les ailerons, tu n'auras pas le temps de faire tes checks en même temps. Tu vas devoir aider, ça va être top. Tu vas devoir tout faire à la fois, et puis après, on va te faire décoller. Donc, à mon avis, à ta place, je vais préparer tout de suite, etc. Quoi. C'est toujours attendre une demi-heure encore. Tu es un optimiste? On essaye. Donc, à mon avis, dans l'avion, préparez vos vaisseaux. Le cockpit éteint, hein, pour mettre de musique. Le cockpit éteint pour l'énergie, hein. Maintenant, si on bouge l'avion, il faudrait qu'on puisse pouvoir décoller, en fait, parce qu'après venir ici, ça va nous emmerder. C'est parce qu'on est un peu paresseux. Non, mais ça va nous emmerder, ça va être un petit peu difficile potentiellement. Donc il faudrait que quand on sort l'avion, les limites qu'on a sont acceptables pour un décollage. Et donc c'est à vous de décider si elles sont ou pas. Et c'est vous qui dites on donne un go ou pas. Mais moi, je ne suis pas sûr, puisqu'on est à la limite pour bouger l'avion, je ne suis pas sûr que je sortirai l'avion en sachant pas si on va décoller ou pas. Est-ce que Niels, ça te paraît un bon résumé? Hein? We agree on this?
What does the wind forecast say?
Yeah, the wind forecast was more from 060 degrees and less.
In case we cannot take off, do we have to expect even more or less?
Yes, of course, the wind will increase with the sunrise, yeah.
That's why I would like to be sure that we take off.
Exactly.
We take the aircraft out.
You can never be sure.
No, we never be sure, but
Non, j'ai pas compris ce qu'il disait.
But let's donc t'as compris, Raymond? Ok, so I try to summarize. Tu veux mettre ce speakerphone chez nous, chez vous, puis comme ça on est tous chez vous au même diapason chez nous, avec Christophe, etc.
Hello.
Okay, hi everybody.
Okay, hi everybody. We have a translation, je peux entendre. Hi everybody. So try to summarize the situation. Currently we have wind from the north. It's something like 8 knots, gusting 10, maybe sometimes 12. So we are, let's say, at the limit, slightly above. We believe that we can move the airplane safe because we will move the always with the facing the wind. So if we face the wind, we don't see a big problem with the pilot also helping with the ailerons and being attentive on it. It will take a little bit more time because we may go backwards on the runway, but we believe it's feasible. That's number one. Number two, my understanding, please tell me if it's wrong, is that as we get close to sunrise, the wind will pick up as we have seen in the past. It will not slow down. So if we move the airplane out of the hangar, we want to be sure that we take off, having sure with the existing conditions. If with the existing conditions we are above the limits, in this case we don't take the airplane out because it's too difficult to come back afterwards. So we would need from you, just before we move the airplane out, to say yes, with the wind conditions we have now, we can take off. Is it first, Niels, is it a good summary? And guys, do you like the strategy or not?
Understand, you say if we have at the time of rollout, if we have good wind conditions and it allows the takeoff at sunrise, we go out, and if it's above, we don't go out.
Yes, exactly. If we have the conditions to take off, we go out because we see we can handle the airplane with the strategy we have. And if we do not have the conditions to take off, we don't go out because it will be too difficult to go out and to come back with these conditions. But not impossible, not impossible. Just to be completely clear, it's not a reason to take off with the wrong conditions. I mean, if the condition changes and it gets worse, of course, we don't take off and we go back. But just, we don't think it's a good idea to go out if we already do not have the takeoff conditions. That's the idea. So if we have the takeoff conditions, we go out and then we see if it changes, of course. Samuel?
What's the time? 25 minutes to be decided.
Okay, so when is the last moment to take the airplane out? I mean, if we go on the latest scenario, knowing that we will take a little bit more time to move the airplane, I would add 15 minutes.
From rollout to takeoff point.
From rollout to takeoff point, we need 50 minutes, 50 minutes, because we move the airplane slowly. So please tell us when is the latest moment we need to move the airplane out of the hangar to make the takeoff safe.
So for a takeoff at 6 o'clock, taking 50 minutes for taxi, unloading 10, line up 5, run up and door closing 10, catching crew 8, final readiness 2, rollout would be 4:35, so 2 minutes ago.
Okay, and when is the latest moment to take off?
6:40, driven by wind from the forecast.
Okay. Okay. That's good. So it means that the latest moment to go out is 40 minutes later. 40 minutes after 35. It's 5:15, correct? Okay, so we have another 35 minutes available now to do our job. Okay, should we have maybe? Do you think you can call as well, Stefan, so that we are all on the same line with Stefan? Okay.
So if latest takeoff is 6:40, the sunrise is
6:10. 6:10.
Yeah, but you know from the experience we have with sun charts, it does not make any, doesn't have an impact to the wind before 7 o'clock.
For 30 minutes after sunrise.
Then afterwards
maybe we should decide a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I agree. I will decide.
Because then we can still move back because we don't have to expect more wind.
I would say last moment to go out is 5.
I mean the latest takeoff we should not
do it so late.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. So I would say last moment to take out is 5 from here. If you agree.
To roll out is 5 and to take off is 6.
Ok. Take-off, tu peux le dire à Bertrand, donc le dernier moment pour partir d'ici sera 5 heures, puis après il faut qu'on arrive à gérer tout. Et c'est bon, hein, mais c'est bon, comme ça il est au courant. On pensait pas que ça faisait si dur celle-là aujourd'hui, hein.
Les sun charge, les 2 derniers jours, sun charge it was already tricky, and that was kind of same situation. But
with the sun charge we experienced.
If you go in procedure, I think there is nothing about crosswind takeoff. Nein, aber demonstrated ist die Limite.
Ok, j'essaye de faire la conférence. Là, je devrais avoir André et Stéphane.
Du bist unter Limitation. Wenn du gehst non-procedure takeoff. Habe ich das gelesen? Ich habe das nur letztens gelesen. Demonstrated. Ist das BOA? Das ist ein neuer. Das ist H1, habe ich noch nie gesehen.
Stéphane, tu nous entends? You hear me, Stéphane?
Wann ist das gekommen? Ich habe alles
You are broken. Yeah, try again.
Ja, das ist gestern gekommen. Wieso habe ich das nicht bekommen?
North 8 to 9, gust 12. Okay. So, on peut juste checker. So, what about the gust? The gust is every 20 seconds or once per 2 minutes, or how is it, the gust?
Every minute.
Okay. With 8 knots from the north, it gives 5 knots cross.
Effektiv.
Yeah. Because we can handle it here.
So if you have a gust per minute or per 2 minutes, maybe we can handle it. If it's constant 10 knots or 11, it's not possible, I think.
Écoute, ce que je propose, vraiment, what I propose is that, I mean, for people are really on the high side, if you have a low moment, 12 knots sideways, I don't think it's good yet. So I think let's go to step back.
Yeah.
Now, let's monitor the next visibility limit 1.5, and we'd like to get 5. We believe that if the wind is so strong now, and we will get sunrise, and if we don't depart, we'll have difficulty to come back stage to the hangar. So I propose latest think of the hangar at 5. So in 17. We go to step back now, and I will call you back to set us there, and we will monitor the wind. If we bring on the gas, everything will find out everything, and then we decide after the
Okay. That's fine for us. Ouais, very good. Merci André. À toutes. Merci Stéphane. Ciao. Ciao.
André, tu sais un coup, ouais. Sur Honolulu, parce que généralement le Honolulu il suit, même s'il n'est pas similaire, le vent. Pour l'instant, ça a descendu de 10. Ça va. Sur Honolulu, ça a tendance de descendre. Super.
Kind of to trap that we don't have the
Was ich habe gefragt an Luc ist, the wind comes now.
Well, I think in any case the takeoff at 50 is not anymore possible.
I'm not so concerned about the average wind.
Very rapidly, 20 degrees in the axis, and then for takeoff is no problem, for taxi is still complicated. And this happens according just
folks.
sunrise.
Aircraft in the hangar.
I don't know the max takeoff time. It's before sunrise. 6:40. It's after, so maybe we still have a chance. Yeah, but 6:40 is immediately.
And André is going to Stefan.
I do understand this timing is driven by wind. Das ist auch die
And in the hangar.
and in the hangar.
Yes.
But now we should, even if the wind drops now, with the sun it will come up.
How do you know?
So, I don't
Assumption.
I don't know. But
Yeah.
do we want to take a risk? Yeah. It's basically the question. Yeah.
So Andre said if the wind is not with yes, yeah. Andre said.
If you live in a car, you will lose the connection.
It's 30 minutes. So it's 15 minutes. 20 minutes for the pattern and 30 minutes
It's
to
important
bring the aircraft.
to make a good assessment of the winds before we start.
Yeah.
Like this, I think it's too much.
Yeah.
It does not reduce. So basically, yeah. Exactly.
Welcome back to Solar Impulse TV, live from Monaco. I'm back with Michi Enger, who's going to tell me a little bit more about the situation in Hawaii. It's not been a straightforward morning for the team here at Solar Impulse. The plane, if you've been watching, was outside. It has now gone back into the hangar, and some decisions are, there's a lot of discussion about what decisions need to be made about whether a takeoff is possible this morning. So Michi, maybe you can tell me about where we're at.
Well, what can I say? It's a fantastic weather window over the Pacific. That's why we struggle to let it go because of high winds at the moment for takeoff. Nevertheless, there are people, there are humans. There's a wonderful airplane at risk if we go out with this gustiness. So that's why they put it back into the hangar. Now we gave ourselves like something like 15 minutes to 30 minutes time to monitor the wind and the gustiness and then rediscuss and decide. It's not looking that good at the moment, but there's hope. But we'll see.
What's the latest takeoff time?
The latest takeoff time isn't driving that decision.
Okay.
We know that with the sun rising, the wind will pick up a bit, and so it might get even worse. And in planning, we always consider an immediate return and then go back to the hangar. So this has to be covered, because you can always have a technical failure right at takeoff, like a loss of an engine, which would certainly lead that we land again and bring the airplane back into the hangar. But so this drives the latest takeoff time and not necessarily the wind. At the moment, we have not a lot left. Let's say maybe half an hour to decide, as I said before. We see everybody is on the phone thinking. We do brainstorming here in the MCC. The engineers on site do brainstorming with us. The ground crew there is fantastic. They know how to handle this airplane, but at a certain point, it gets too dangerous for the human and the airplane and the project in the end.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a picture of Bertrand there sitting with his wife, Michelle. It's a very emotional time for the pilot. I mean, he was mentally prepared to fly, ready to go. You know, it said goodbye to Hawaii, hello San Francisco, and so I'm sure this is can be a draining moment for the pilot.
Yes, emotions are part of an adventure. If this window doesn't fit for us, then there's a reason for that, and then we look for the next one. But we will not stop trying until the very last moment.
No, absolutely. And you were just talking about the team here. I mean, this is actually in some ways a moment when you see what Solar Impulse is about, that all these different people are weighing in and coming to the fore with their expertise. And so you've got weathermen, Andre, obviously, who's an expert pilot, the various different engineers. Tell us a little bit about, I mean, we've been seeing pictures of the MCC here, but maybe you can tell us a little bit about what each of those people is bringing to the discussion.
Well, we have, as we see the wind measurement here live, we have people on the ground, on the runways, on the different runways, looking at the wind and the direction. They provide us this information. It's information from the first hand. Then we have the meteorologist.
Because that's actually interesting. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but sometimes, one part of the airport may be gustier than another.
Exactly. This airport is huge and has different runways, so there are different options. And basically, you need to have at each position, you need somebody to look at the conditions. We are not so worried about the wind actually for the takeoff because the airplane will manage it. But the way until the takeoff position and all the preparation it needs to be done should be more or less in a calm environment. Think about Bertrand is now flying or wants to fly for 3 days to San Francisco, and who not of us would like to have a calm preparation phase there?
And actually here we've got images of the MCC. Maybe we can see these a little bit slower, but that's the back room. So that's actually we might as well give people a sense of what goes on in this space while we're here and while I have you. So that's Raymond and that's Christophe. Tell me a little bit about Raymond's the mission director. Christophe is also...
Yeah, you see the people there, like here now on the full right, it's Julian. He's a mission engineer, and next to him is Andreas, the Capcom for the takeoff, so the communicator to the pilot. Then
and that's quite an important role, because in some ways there's a lot going on, and he needs to distill all of that so the pilot only hears one instruction.
Yeah, the philosophy is there's one link to the pilot with one voice and with one opinion. It's very hard for the pilot if he gets tons of inputs, and if they're not filtered or not in the right language, he will not understand, and there will be misunderstandings which can lead to accidents. So we have a mission engineer, Andreas as the Capcom, and next to him Christoph on duty as flight director at the moment. And they are thinking about the Christoph, and both Christophs, and they are thinking about the options we have and the limits we have for the airplane and for the team.
And actually, over here are also on the. Maybe we can get the picture to go a little bit. Or no, I'm not getting any cooperation on this front. But here we go. Who's in this room? They're in their own special box.
We call it the aquarium, but it's the ATC experts, and they do all the coordination for the routing with the ATC experts in Hawaii, in the US, for oceanic centers and so on. So they provide basically the routing, they do the follow-up in flight, they also need to take decisions in terms if we want to divert to another airport or if we need to change the route, they communicate that to the official partners.
And so right now, do you think they're maybe on the phone to Kalealoa, the controls at the Kalealoa airport, making sure?
Actually not, because it's quite, for them it's not a problem. If an airplane is not flying, that's not an issue.
It's easy.
Yeah. But the problem is now really with the team in Hawaii to see with the wind. And I think it's a very, very tough decision to take, but I think it will be taken in the safe way and not risking anybody or anything.
Yeah. Well, and everything is, we've had lots of training, we've had over the last few months, and everyone's ready to go. So if it doesn't happen today, there will be another window. It will be sunny at some point in both San Francisco or the western, the western continental North America. I think we're back. This is images back of Hawaii again. But I think, Michi, I should let you go and do some more important work again.
Let's see how.
I guess communicating is important work, so shouldn't underestimate that.
Yeah. Bertrand is in good hands at the moment.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, thank you very much for your time, and we'll get you on the show again later.
Welcome.
That's it for me at Solar Impulse TV, and keep watching the live stream. We will keep you updated with everything that's going on as it unfolds, and let you know about whether today is going to be a day when we take off for the West Coast or whether it will be another day.
But I'm not, I think it's a little bit less than 40 degrees. So for me, we are good. And I would... 0,20. 0,20, hein. Vous êtes d'accord, on est depuis, moi j'ai vu, ça n'a jamais dépassé 8 pour l'instant.
Non.
Donc, parce que je ne veux pas perdre trop de temps, est-ce qu'on est d'accord qu'on donne un go pour la sortie? L'idée, c'est de garder le cap de l'avion tout le temps contre le vent. Donc on va le déplacer sideways et à reculons.
we're at 9-2.
Voilà, on a une petite gasse à 9 là.
The light is killing us. 7, 9.
9, ouais, 9, 5 maintenant. Ouais, ça augmente un petit coup là, juste maintenant que je te parle.
Donc là, on a une durée à un petit peu plus fort maintenant. Hein. Donc on est entre 7 et 8 et 9.
Ok.
On est entre 7 et 8 et 9. On va voir comment ça se... Hein, donc c'est une gasse qui vient de démarrer maintenant. On est un peu plus long, on redescend à 6, 5, 5. Voilà, on est redescendu avant. On va voir, parce qu'on s'est donné jusqu'à 5 heures. Attendons, on a encore 4 minutes pour voir qu'est-ce qui se passe.
9, 2, 8, 3.
So I wouldn't. So I told him to come to you to discuss those experiences they had in the last days.
Je te trouve pas là. Je te trouve pas. Il est pas là, Lima. Hein.
Oh, mais he's coming.
Ah, d'accord. Lima, qu'est-ce que tu voulais dire? Qu'est-ce que tu voulais dire?
Lima, qu'est-ce que tu voulais dire? Qu'est-ce que tu voulais dire?
Qu'est-ce que je voulais dire?
Tu as dit hier que
Simplement que hier, en fait, le vent le plus bas, on l'a eu après qu'on voulait sortir. C'était vers 7h, 7h30. Et que du coup, si eux, ils veulent partir le plus tard possible, pourquoi ne pas mettre un point de décision un peu plus tard?
Ouais, je sais pas pourquoi c'est une question de retour, de machin, etc. Moi, je ne vais pas changer leur point là. Mais pour l'instant, on est, on se déplace entre 7, on est entre 7 et 8 maintenant. 6. Van?
Oui.
Quel est ton verdict?
Ouais, moi j'ai 0,20 là.
Le 0, donc on
à 30 degrés d'offset.
D'accord. 0,20, donc on a mis sur, on a du 0,20, c'est entre 5,5 et moi j'ai vu 9,4 le plus haut ici depuis 10 minutes. Yes, I think we should go.
Okay, and
Et puis on continue à faire le monitoring, et puis on continue à suivre, etc. constamment, quoi.
good. Okay.
Ok, à tout à l'heure.
À tout à l'heure. Ciao.
Ok, à tout à l'heure. Et puis jamais tu m'appelles, t'as mon numéro? Oui. Tu m'appelles, si moi je vais passer vers toi tout à l'heure.
Qu'est-ce qu'on fait, moi?
Zat er nog los aan weg, hè?
So, let's go. Bon. Who has to be called to move? Niels. Niels.
After this flight?
Yeah, of course.
Let's think with right now Lima Whiskey. You know, by the oil station with an online link, website, and he takes it on a pod.
Come and because the meta is wrong, I push now 40% to reach this, and it's still above. Ouais, Niels, on sort l'avion. Je sais pas si tu le sais déjà, mais donc il faut vraiment dire à Bertrand de tenir avec les ailerons, hein, mais c'est parti, hein, on a décidé avec André, ça a l'air mieux, donc à toutes. Ouais, ciao, merci. Ciao. This was a good call.
Yeah.
He was not aware.
Like we said, in ballooning it will be spotted takeoff. What do on the basket? And then the pilot said, go! And one guy is always hanging on the basket.
Too long. One is always hanging too long.
We saw that sometimes.
Yeah.
What's the decision? Could you just tell me?
We take the aircraft out. No. No, I think they were at the Concordia plant. Ça tourne 020 now. And yeah, 5 to 9 knots. Okay.
6 to 8. You are in 6 to 8.
In the middle.
Look, I give 70. 7, 7, 7. But Honolulu gives 7-0. So I'm good for Honolulu. It's crazy when you see the clouds moving like that. You come from 100 degrees. How do you clouds?
Ah no, Hawaii. We are not in San Francisco, still in Hawaii. Tu voulais la distance entre les deux aéroports, hein?
Moi je crois que c'est environ 10 km, même pas. Même de piste à piste.
Oh merde, je suis en pied.
Oh, ça va. 16.
De Concordia à Concordia, hein? You know Concordia Platz? You know why we call it like this?
Because all the trams go there, right?
No, well, I don't know. But the Concordia Platz is on the Aletsch Gletscher, but there are 3 glaciers coming together.
Ah, it's like
And the Concordia Hütte is the Berghütte of the Aletsch Gletscher. And we call it, these pilots, I don't know, Concordia Platz. Because there are 3 or maybe 4 different glaciers meeting together to make after the Aletsch Gletscher. Ouais.
Non mais ça c'est comme
Ouais, ouais.
But only Swiss pilots know this.
At least Swiss pilots, yes.
No, but I understand. Nobody else
Yeah,
knows
right,
because
right.
it's in Switzerland, we don't care.
La place de la Concorde à Paris, c'est quand même aussi un petit peu...
Tout se concorde.
Keep it to
Eh oui.
yourself, Swiss
Ouais, ouais.
pilots.
L'étymologie des noms, c'est ça.
So they are moving?
Schwanerei, da ist irgendwo Gletscher, die Italiener aus.
Oui, ça, ouais, c'est quand même. Le jour sonnait bientôt. Donc, c'est,
Le jour, ouais, encore... Stéphane? Oui? Oui, je t'entends.
Juste quand André est parti, nous avons passé Auguste à 13,5. On est passé à plus que 10 pendant un bon moment. Hein.
Ok.
Et juste quand ça est reparti, moi j'avais sur la nénomètre 13,5 maximum pendant un petit moment, mais pas longtemps, mais quand même 10.
Vous le tenez à 15 mètres de haut, cet anémomètre, ou bien?
Non, on le tient à l'autour de la mer.
Yeah. Ok. Bon, et maintenant, c'est quoi?
Maintenant, il y a Tan qui reste sur place.
Ok.
S'il y a du changement. Et puis moi, je suis ici pour être sorti de l'avion.
Ok, d'accord. Ça va, merci. Alors, tu dis à André, ça. Tu dis quand même ça à André? Ouais. Très bien. Merci.
Ok, ciao.
See you, ciao. They had one gust at 13, yeah. Just when André left.
So we need André there. Hey, you.
Tahan stays there, continues the monitoring, and Stefan is going to André for the taking out. Qu'est-ce qu'on entend là, ça?
Qu'est-ce qu'il pourrait faire ce vent du nord? Je me pose la question, parce que les collines sont là. Le vent, il est comme ça en altitude. Ça ricoche ou quoi?
Ouais, je pense.
Un truc comme ça. Parce qu'à Honolulu, ils sont bons.
Ouais, d'ailleurs,
Il y a aussi
un petit effet de colline. Je vais voir l'avion.
just thinking let's leave Calais.
What we
It's
need
an easy
here
place
is
for meteo
a
forecast.
a weather station. We need a weather station where the aircraft is.
Oh, this is. We tried for several years, but.
Yeah, blind.
Like when we came to Payan, you wanted to have
The
this,
earliest.
meteo station like
Bonne
1,000
question.
euros where you can log in like a server, you see it all the time.
Yeah, we need that. Right now, now they are the victim of that because we are blind in such a situation.
But you, maybe we discussed in the profit because that's just that the weather station you get in each good electronic shop. It's not
1 heure, donc ça fait 6h30 environ.
Okay. Since 1 month I'm calibrating my wind speeds against the metals. And then somebody said
a note that's a really good idea. It's cheap.
For $1,000.
To remember that we wanted to have this meteo station for Payan, and then we got this really small one which didn't work with your repeater.
Yeah.
But it's set up like this. You have the meteo station is like a little server, and you can log in to the station from anywhere in the world. You see the actual and the history and something.
Yeah.
Maybe we should have Niels going to the Home Depot.
Because we never
and then we have a 24-hour, the real reading, not the reading from the
in the beginning of the forecast of we begin always with the theoretical readings. Then we see and then we try. This one is
un monsieur qui m'a dit avant qu'il était là, qu'il était devant cet animal. Ok, super.
Welcome back to Solar Impulse TV, live from the Mission Control Center in Monaco. Well, it has been an exciting and maybe a slightly tense morning for the Solar Impulse team in Hawaii. Solar Impulse 2 has gone out of the hangar, back into the hangar, and now it is out of the hangar again, which is very exciting news for us. It is just after 1500 UCT, which means that Bertrand and Solar Impulse 2 will be taking off in about an hour's time if all goes well. It's been a bit gusty. That was not what was forecast. And so that is why we had to go back into the hangar again. But things have improved, and Solar Impulse 2 and Bertrand look like they're on their way to the runway. It normally takes about 40 minutes at Calais Aloha Airport to get to the runway. So that is because Solar Impulse doesn't taxi like a normal airplane. It is actually pushed and pulled by the ground crew. But everyone looks very pleased to be on the move again. If you were watching earlier, you probably saw that it was getting quite gusty, and actually people handling the masts on either wing were actually getting lifted off to the ground. So that's not an ideal situation for Solar Impulse. We prefer to have everyone with their feet on the ground here at Solar Impulse. Airport, if you are just joining the show, is Moffett Field, just east of San Francisco. the Bay Area. That will take about 62 hours for Bertrand to fly. Quite a short flight. We actually have a tailwind, so it will be quite a quick flight for Solar Impulse. Maybe a little bit longer than your average flight if you were taking off from Hawaii and flying to San Francisco on a commercial plane. But that's the nature of Solar Impulse.
Mira, do you hear me? I will move with the camera. Yeah, okay.
You're
thank
probably wondering why there are so many people on the runway. That is because Solar Impulse is not your average commercial plane, not only because it only carries one passenger, but because to take off it actually needs people holding onto the wings and chasing after it. So you usually have about 15 to 20 people. You will have a follow me vehicle, which you can just see over on the left-hand side of the screen there, and then you will have another vehicle which is following the plane with the deputy flight director and the head of the ground crew team. So you usually have 2 people on each handling mast on either wing. You will have somebody standing at the front of the plane, at the back of the plane, on both of the wing tips. And you also have people on bicycles. So those are Stromer bicycles, one of our partners. They're electric bicycles, and they will actually chase after Solar Impulse when it takes off. So basically the next steps is the airplane will be taxied, as you see, being taxied out to the runway. It will be lined up on the runway, ready to take off. We will do an engine run-up. That actually might happen before we line up on the runway. It depends on the angle of the wind. Actually, and also it looks like the door is not closed. So the engine run-up and the door closing will happen around the same time. Then there is usually a final check with the team both here in Monaco and also with the ground crew in Hawaii, Solar Safety, our media team, make sure everybody is ready. At that point, the pilot will clear with that air traffic control, and then we are ready for takeoff.
D'accord, j'espère.
C'est bon, on sort l'avion.
Now again, if you're just joining Solar Impulse TV, this is live footage from Kalealoa Airport on the island of Oahu in Hawaii. Solar Impulse in Bertrand Piccard is at the controls, and they are getting ready to take off for the west coast of the United States, specifically Moffett Airfield, just east of San Francisco. The flight will be 62 hours long, relatively quick trip for Solar Impulse. But if you haven't been following the show all morning, it's actually been quite a tense and exciting morning for the team in Solar Impulse. It's been a little bit windier than we expected. Solar Impulse doesn't handle gusts of wind very well because of the wingspan. Remember, it has a 72-meter wingspan, which is 4 meters more than a 747. So next time you climb onto your commercial jumbo jet on your way somewhere on holiday, remember, think of Solar Impulse.
Ça, c'est pas de la flèche. Tu vois en haut à gauche, 1, 2, ça c'est le vent, ça c'est la
There you see Bertrand Piccard, the co-founder and initiator of the Solar Impulse project and the pilot for today's flight. You may know of the Piccard family. They're quite famous in Switzerland. His grandfather was the first person to see the curvature of the Earth. Mumbling over my words there. And his father went to Challenger Deep in the Pacific, so the deepest point in the ocean. So both incredible explorers and people that cared a great deal about the environment. Bertrand himself is quite well known for having flown around the world in a hot air balloon. So that is what he did before Solar Impulse, and actually what inspired him to get involved, or inspired him to do this in the first place, because he landed in North Africa with only 4 kilos of propane left from the 40 tons he started with, and he realized his whole balloon flight could have failed because of lack of fuel. And so he decided the next time he flew around the world, he would do so without the need for fuel.
Nicole, tu vas tout droit et ensuite on partira dans l'autre sens pour aller flotter. Ça marche avant.
No, 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 no.
We thought we might actually show you a bit of footage from what has happened to Solar Impulse 2 since you saw her last in 2015. We didn't just throw a tarp over the plane and stuff her in a hangar. A lot of actually hard work was done, and so here's a quick video to bring you up to speed.
So for me, countdown is started, huh? This is going to be the first Bertrand's flight. You have them, but the batteries are.
Is the most incredible airplane of the world. The team here listening to the briefing. It's really impressive.
Well, as you can see, we've been busy here at Solar Impulse over the last couple months, getting ready for today. Once again, this is the 9th leg of the Solar Impulse expedition. Bertrand Piccard at the controls at Kalealoa Airport on the island of Oahu in Hawaii. He is on his way. Today he will be taking off for Moffett Airfield, which is just east of San Francisco, Mountain View, for those of you who are familiar with the Bay Area. It has been a very tricky morning. The plane was outside the hangar. It has gone back into the hangar and is now outside again, which is fantastic news for the whole team here because we would love to make sure this takeoff actually happens. Now, if you were watching earlier, you were probably wondering why Solar Impulse was actually going backwards, was taxiing backwards. That's because Solar Impulse can actually move any direction. It can move sideways, it can move backwards, it can move forwards. And the point was to have the airplane facing into the wind. So that allows the pilot to help control the airplane and help the ground handlers and manage, because once again, the wingspan of this airplane is bigger than a 747. Bigger than a 747, the same weight as a family car, and the horsepower of a motorbike. So those are the three statistics we like to reel off, but it's not your average airplane, let's put it that way. So there is Andre Borschberg. You've probably you've seen quite a bit of him today. He has been in the position of the decision maker to make sure whether we could take off, and quite a tough position for him. And hopefully we will be able to speak to Andre in the not too distant future. I think he's going out to the runway now, making sure everything is good, doing some final checks. But yes, he is the co-founder of Solar Impulse, the other pilot. He last year broke the record for the longest ever solo flight, 5 days and 5 nights, 117 hours and 52 minutes, if I remember correctly. Great. Now?
The one on the left is beeping correctly, the one on the right, I will just try to press. I presume that Richard is tracking it. Richard is somewhere here.
Okay, Cockpit.
Så talar jag bara via med samma mikrofon.
Si celui de gauche bip, pas bip, mais fait des petits flashs verts, c'est que c'est bon. D'accord, le colibri à droite, tu l'as testé?
And now we have Mishi, our flight director, here to tell us a little bit about what's going on. Okay, so first of all, it's quite happy to be in this position. If less than about a half an hour ago, we weren't sure if we were going to be taking off, and this looks much more optimistic.
Certainly it does. Yes, it does. The wind dropped. We monitored the wind, and the gusts were not going above the 10 knots, and so it's great conditions at the moment to go out and do the taxi. They still are very careful on that because sometimes here and there is a gust up to 9 knots, and 9 knots is nearly half of the stall speed of the airplane, so it's quite a lot for this one.
And so what will Bertrand be doing at this point in the preparation for takeoff? Looks like he's having a drink there.
He starts with his breakfast, as you can see, but just before he did the cockpit startup. This flight is energy critical, and especially the takeoff phase. So we kept the cockpit off quite a long time because it consumes more and more energy while running. We will also not use the lights for the moment. The aircraft has wonderful wing lights just to save energy as much as we can. During the day it will be all fine, but yeah, I'm looking forward for takeoff, and I'm happy that the team now is really going into the details in the before takeoff
And when you say
checks.
energy critical, it's just normally we might like to have a little bit more power in the batteries before we take off, but I mean, as soon as the sun shines, we'll be all set.
Sure, yeah, exactly. The problem today is that we will have clouds at the takeoff around the airport and around the island, which we have to climb above. And this climbing above consumes a lot of energy, especially we will not have full batteries at takeoff. You can even imagine them on the right side of this display here, of the right display, some white bars. Yeah.
Actually, so is this the battery state of charge?
Exactly,
here?
exactly.
Yeah.
So you see, it's only not even half full.
Yeah.
But for us, the glass is always half full. No, we couldn't charge the batteries up to the maximum in the last days in Aloha. It was too windy all the day, all the mornings. We have a structured temperature limit, so we cannot just go out and midday. So at the moment, we are happy with what we have, and it's possible to fly. So that's all we need.
I think you need to explain structural temperature limit.
Yes, with pleasure. The airplane is made out of carbon fiber. And when you put it into the sun, and especially with the solar cells on top, it's a dark thing, standing in the sun, which heats up quite rapidly. And there's a limit at a certain temperature where the structure is not, where the resin in the structure is not more stable enough, and it will not break, but it will not have the stability afterwards if it was heating up once to that temperature.
It's not good for the airplane. I think that's
That's
we sort of forget sometimes that the whole top of Solar Impulse is over 17,000 solar cells.
Exactly.
Is that right?
Or don't ask me about the real number, but above 17,000, yes.
17,000 solar cells. And this is, as I was saying earlier, 15 to 20 ground crew making sure the plane gets positioned on the runway. I was wondering earlier, I mean, actually, maybe you can explain it for the people. Well, now, oh, there it is. The footage is still here. Why is the Solar Impulse going backwards?
At the moment, they point with the nose into the wind to have the as you can see, they go a bit sidewards and so on. Actually, great pictures with all this warning vests there at night. Wonderful. They point the nose into the wind that they have. It's easier to maneuver the airplane. Like if you want to go sidewards now with this huge machine, the wind has a lot of surface to attack. So what they do on ground is they do what the airplane is doing in flight. It points with the nose into the wind or into the air coming in.
Excellent. Well, I will let you get back to work. I know you've got important stuff to do, and I'm sure we'll have you on again soon.
Okay, thank you.
To switch on the solar generators above 3,000 feet.
Affirmative.
And as soon as we have some sun.
Am I?
Yes. So we wait for at least 3,000 feet.
Good. So maybe you'll have to remind me to retract the landing gear.
Yes, we will do.
Because if we don't do it quickly, then sometimes it goes out of the mind.
Yes, we will check it, and at the beginning, make sure that you have coordinated with Honolulu, and we have time to retract the landing gear also a couple minutes after takeoff, so that's fine. Also, after your right turn, and if you're not busy anymore, we do an airspeed check as usual.
Airspeed check, absolutely.
Ouais, ça je pense. Quelle direction?
Okay, low. Yeah, everything continues to work on the oxygen system.
know you want to. Really interesting. I got something you want to see. Come on, tell me about the Scorpion.
The Scorpion is the constellation of Scorpio, which is that's all of us. It's the old one here because it's believed that the ancestor, one of the ancestors of the Polynesians here, rolled the island out of the water with a group.
Bertrand, just one question to the departure briefing. In case of any troubles and we have to do a re-landing, what intentions do you have? Which traffic pattern are you going for?
Okay, merci.
I will do a flat 8.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
D'accord, parfait. Merci bien à toutes. Merci, ciao. So, Tahan thinks maybe he will have some turbulences on the left. Yeah, you know, when flying with this wind, he flew a lot there. So, you know, the island. That's what he says. This is the wind now. Which is yes.
And Bertrand, just a short update concerning the weather in the west part of Hawaii. So if you come to this region, it might be that you have maybe light turbulence, so we have to then climb and climb above it. We will remind you later on as well.
Or try to take further out.
Yes, and maybe also increase a bit the airspeed, so don't stay at 25, it's getting turbulent. If it's getting turbulent, increase to 30 or 32 knots.
Yes, yeah. I won't have a lot of climb rate at that speed, but let's see. Une fois que je suis complètement prêt, une fois qu'on a fait les run-up et tout, pour fermer, j'attends un peu plus, c'est ça?
Now he's speaking to Niels.
Et au premier gars qui s'inquiète, il fait. Pas qu'on attend trop longtemps. Au 0,40, 0,45. Ah, 40 degrés, d'accord. Ouais. J'ai bien compris qu'à Honolulu, il y avait beaucoup plus de vent. C'est tombé à Honolulu. J'ai bien compris qu'à Honolulu, il y avait beaucoup plus de vent. Ouais. Très bien. Oui, comme vent, sur l'air, tu as 2 nœuds. Moins ton recul, c'est bien. Oui. Oui. Canada Tower, good morning. Hotel Bravo, Sierra India Bravo. Solar report, request 9 up, runway 4 right and wait. Line up and wait, runway 04 right. T'as entendu?
Bertrand, we copied.
Okay, very good.
English, please. No, we will not wait. Once you are ready, we go. We just wait for the good wind and we go. Sure.
Þú eru eitthvað með teip. Vantar okkur teip? Nei, ég er að segja það að þú ert ekki mikið í þessa spólu. Nei, það er alltaf. Bara var það nú? Það er betra en áflugtækjum? Já, meira. Ég læt ekki dúrula meira. Já, slepp.
Metron, we're just getting an update for Monday, so I will inform you in a couple of seconds.
Yeah, exactly. Very good. Okay. Thank you. Ciao, merci. Ciao.
Hotel Bravo, Sierra India Bravo, your squawk 0215. 0215, sorry, D'accord. Est-ce que ça recommence à secouer un peu, André? Greg, tu demandes juste qu'il filme pas. I go on privacy mode for a moment. Daniel m'a pas mis les bouteilles à piper. Ah non, pardon. C'est bon.
Premia.
Parfait.
Bertrand, just a question. Did you switch off the media system?
No, I went only on privacy.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
On va faire le final readiness et après on attend que le vent soit dans les bonnes conditions. Tu vois,
I put you on the lato, otherwise you were going to look.
Et qui t'attend 3 minutes pour avoir le vent dans les limites. D'accord? Ok, ça marche. À toutes, merci, ciao, ciao. Ciao. Can I speak to them?
Go down on the left wing, up. Yep, like better.
C'est vous qui là-bas qui dit, parce qu'il est un peu en avant, vous voyez que c'est stable, lui il va demander position de décoller, on met déjà les moteurs comme ça, c'est pas grave, et il me rappelle. Dan? Ouais, je vais t'appeler, juste pour savoir quels étaient les bons là que tu as vus ces dernières 10 minutes. Toujours 0,20, super. De ce que j'ai proposé à Raymond, c'est qu'on prépare tout, il a déjà les
Qu'est-ce qu'il a fait, le vent?
décollées, quand tout le monde est gardé, puis quand vous avez un moment stable, comme ça,
En avant, arrière?
vous donnez le go, et puis il va directement.
C'est bien.
Bertrand, if you have a minute for me.
Non, mais moi ce que j'ai dit, je pense que c'est ce que tu as discuté avec Raymond, c'est que tout le monde est prêt, lui il a les moteurs qui sont dockés,
Et puis quand tout le monde est prêt, vous regardez le vent, puis quand vous avez une situation stable chez vous, c'est vous qui donnez le feu vert. Ah, t'es à l'hélico, toi, ok, d'accord. Ok. Ok, après. Ciao. Bon, il faut que je pisse un coup, les gars. Donc, coupez les caméras.
Laisse-moi voir ce micro-là.
Oui, il est off, je pense. Il est mute, hein.
Je peux avoir Daniel Ramsayer?
Je pisse un coup, moi. C'est bon? Tu vois?
Après, on le met. Tout à l'heure, ouais. Han är 14, Daniel. Är du 14?
T'as la gentillesse de me vider ça dans l'herbe?
Ja, 14, lika fint.
Ok, Raymond, I'm back with you.
Okay, Bertrand. What we need to do is to prepare everything, of course. That's La Palissade. But then we'll do the final readiness, and you will ask for the takeoff clearance. We'll have the Prince here, so he will give you the clear to proceed. And then quite early you have to ask, I mean, once we start the final readiness, ask for takeoff clearance. So once you have it, we wait for the wind to have the wind in good conditions. But we have to be quite rapidly ready, I would say.
Okay, that's complete.
So for the time being, the wind is 020, 040, between 6 and 8 knots. So it's good. And maybe expect some turbulences, maybe. But I think Andreas told you already. Huh?
Yeah. What I have now is on my MIC is less than 3 knots.
And you are facing. Oh yeah. You are now lined up, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
And I'm almost nowhere. They're maximum 2.5.
Yeah. Good. Je te repasse, Andreas.
D'accord, merci.
For the moment, we expect the departure after 6, so this is a benefit in terms of energy. And for the moment, the clouds are, let's say, less than expected, and we have approximately 1 octar according to observations on ground.
Yeah, we have nothing above.
Postcard perfect in Hawaii. A beautiful morning there. But here on the set, I have one of our expert weathermen, Luke, who can tell me if it's just the picture that looks perfect. Is it the actual weather situation? What's it like?
The weather is fine for the moment because 1 hour ago we observed some 14 knots, 22 kilometers an hour, knowing that this aircraft cannot be moved outside of the hangar above a wind speed of 12 knots. We must go again in the hangar, and then near the sunrise, we know that by experience that the wind speed is dropping, and we are now outside of the hangar just I think an half hour before sunrise, and the wind drops like in the forecast to 8 knots. 6 to 8 knots, gusting 10 knots or 9 knots, and this is perfect for us. Now he's on the track to the northeast, on the runway to the northeast.
Because there are 2 runways at Kalaeloa Airport.
The runway 040, because the wind is now 040 over Kalaeloa, and he will take off in, I think, 30 minutes.
Excellent. Well, that's great news. So tell us a little bit more about why it's been so tricky to forecast in some ways.
You have a microclimate there, and you have hills, some 10, 13 kilometers from Aloha. And in the night, with the night cooling over the hills, you have some troubles with the wind direction. And the wind direction at one moment came from one hill. It was a northerly wind, and it's very difficult to make a exact forecast. At that point, it was at around 4 o'clock in the morning, and then afterwards I saw that the wind was veering again to 020, 040, and it was the green light, the final green light. And we are now perfect on way for a nice takeoff in sunrise atmosphere. It will be fantastic.
And maybe tell us a little bit more about what the weather for the rest of the Pacific.
It is Wim is in charge for the Pacific.
About 2 hours ago. 2 hours ago we started to have big gusts, and now we are confident that we should be able to take off. The aircraft is on the runway. We do the final checks, and I guess in about 15 minutes from now we should be able to proceed. So for the time being, I'm pretty confident. And I have the impression we should be able to give it a go. So that's good, because we had some emotions by not knowing how the wind would turn out this morning there. So happy to be on the runway.
Are we very close to the limits?
We were at a certain stage, yes, but we decided to move the airplane facing the wind, because the movement of the airplane when the wind comes from the side is very difficult and can be tricky, potentially dangerous. So we use the strategy of keeping the aircraft always facing the wind, like it will do now for takeoff. So of course it's much easier to handle. Took a bit more time, but was very safe, was very good. I'm very happy.
Yeah, so that was Andre Borschberg, our founder. It's been probably quite a tense morning for Andre. It's quite, but it's also been a tense morning for you in some ways.
Stressful for everybody here. So your question was how will be the trip over the ocean?
Yes.
Well, the beginning with the first hours will be fine, because we will fly west of the Isle to avoid those cumulus, because in this cumulus, when the aircraft will cross them, you have some turbulence with ascents, winds going from the bottom to the tops of the clouds of 2 meters a second, 3 meters a second. This is too much for this aircraft. So we go on the western side and fly so to the north and then to the northeast, several waypoints that we will reach during the journey.
It's funny because we had somebody on the Facebook Live who was asking us if we were going to be flying over the Big Island, but that is not the plan today. We will not be flying over the Big Island.
It's not good to fly over Big Island because we have also a volcano there, and he is active, so we prefer to fly directly over the ocean, in the direction of Moffat.
Absolutely. Well, I have to ask you, because I know you were Bertrand's weatherman for his balloon flight. How does forecasting for Solar Impulse compare to forecasting for balloons?
It's so different. I prefer to make forecasts for ballooning than for this aircraft, because this aircraft is so fragile. With the balloon, you can fly in turbulence. You may fly in wind speed of 100, 120 knots. You don't have problems with crosswind because the balloon is following the wind. But with this aircraft, one thing is what is interesting is that this aircraft can choose his way in the weather, so he can avoid weather too. With the ballooning, not. Balloon is flying through in the direction of the wind, and when there's a thunderstorm in front of him, he will be in the thunderstorm after several hours. So this is the difficulties for ballooning, but with this aircraft, the most difficult thing is the takeoff and the landing because of these turbulences. We may not exceed 2 meters a second vertical winds, and this is very difficult, and we can only have that in the night.
And tell me how turbulence, 2 meters of turbulence, how does that feel if you are sitting in a commercial airplane? Is it a bump?
Yeah, there's a little bump. Normally in big cumulus, when we land and you be shaken, it's 4 meters a second. But in thunderstorms, for example, you can have 20 meters a second. So you have downdrafts.
Yeah.
And then everything is broken in the aircraft. So that's the reason that commercial aircrafts never fly in big cumulus and big thunderstorms because of those vertical winds.
Well, and definitely not Solar Impulse either.
Of course, he was broken in two. I think with 5 meters a second, he breaks in two.
Well, thank you very much for your time, Luc. I know you have to get back and continue your hard work for the next 30 minutes, but fingers crossed we'll be in the air. And
okay.
By the time
Enjoy
I see
it.
you next.
Enjoy it.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Now, the last thing is air brakes. Deploying the air brakes.
Oui. Ouais, on se met. Le bus là. Oui, exactement, avec Chris là. Oui, tout à fait.
Okay, air brakes full and locked and symmetric. From Niels, now retract.
I put it on mute, that's right. Don't tell anybody.
Air brakes retracted and locked.
No.
Okay, flight control check looked good here in Monaco as well.
And trip. -3.
Okay, I also have another open question. You checked that Colibri Nano is on, but can you also confirm that the Nano has 3 green lights and no red light?
Yeah, it does, I confirm.
Okay, and sat phone to hot mic?
Sat phone to hot mic.
Perfect.
Now I check if I can switch to day. Yeah. I'm switched to daylight.
Ok. Super, d'accord. T'es où toi avec l'hélico?
Michel, c'est mon pilote dans la vie. You are filming the pilot of my life. So I'm flying the plane, she's flying me. It's piloting me. Yeah.
Ok, cool. Merci, bon vol.
And he is like dispatch.
On peut parler? Ouais. On peut servir d'accord,
Vraiment?
Just stand by.
Yeah, go ahead.
Non, là il faut pas tenir. Non, là il faut pas tenir. Je tiens sur la grosse barre noire. Salut mon amour, à tout à l'heure? Enfin, non, pardon, pas à tout à l'heure. À dans 3 jours.
C'est pas moi ton amour.
Non, là vraiment, je te fais une infidélité, je suis en train de dire au revoir à Michel.
This is definitely a challenging flight. I know sometimes.
Un samedi soir à Moffat?
It's fine, don't worry about it. Well, if you were watching just now, you were seeing Bertrand Piccard, who's today's pilot, saying goodbye to his wife. wife, Michelle Picard, who's very much a member of the team here at Solar Impulse. I would say she's both his wife and very much a partner in this project, and an emotional moment for both of them. I know often Solar Impulse we make things look easy, but this is definitely a very challenging flight for Bertrand. So the next steps will be the door closing and the engine run-up. The plane looks like it has been lined up on the runway. Once again, this is Solar Impulse 2 taking off from Kalealoa Airport on the island of Oahu. It is on its way to San Francisco, Moffett Airfield, just east of San Francisco, a Mountain View to be completely accurate. That flight will take 62 hours, not 62 days, happily. Solar Impulse does fly slowly, but not that slowly. They're putting on the cockpit door here, and basically then, cockpit door, engine run up, and Bertrand will, Raymond here, Clerc, the mission director, will get a final check with the flight director in Hawaii, make sure that the team is prepared and ready to go. Bertrand will then check with the air traffic control, make sure he is clear to take off, and then take off.
Everybody just behind a little bit.
We go behind, and then we go to the taxi over there.
Ouais. Raymond, tu me donnes? Yeah, Raymond, can you give me a 2-minute warning so I can coordinate to the tower?
We copy it and we will remind you, yes.
Yeah, like this it's perfect. Yeah, like this it's great. Leave it like this. No, it was good. Thank you.
Some final checks here before takeoff. One thing I want to mention is that we've got an amazing 360 video which will be available once Solar Impulse 2 has taken off. So definitely look out for that. It'll be available on our website and on YouTube. And we'll be showing you a little bit more from that video at the end, after the takeoff.
So that's cool. Are you recording? Because I see no red lights on the media system.
Thank you, we will record.
Okay.
Bertrand, if you have time, we have other checks also.
Okay, go ahead.
The balancer check is the next point.
Okay, so balancer left, balancer right. I have them both on.
Okay, take a shot, Max, please.
Okay, thank you, Bertrand.
I can switch them off? No,
yes,
the right
you can
one is
switch it
still
off.
on standby. It's on standby on the right. Yeah, because it's exactly equal. So I switch them off?
I have to go.
Yes,
I have to go. I have
switch
to
it
go.
off.
I have to go. I have to
Okay.
go. I have to go.
Okay. We haven't checked the SAS. I think they are aligned. They are aligned, so I can fire.
So at take.
Yeah, if it does, because I have the sprint down. Now at least it falls on. Now of course I have the trim down, so it will probably stop, but
Solar Impulse 2 taking off from Kalaeloa Airport on its way to the west coast of the United States, Moffett Airfield. If you were watching just now, you may have seen one of our patrons just come in, Prince Albert of Monaco, which is why the Mission Control Center is in Monaco. We're very proud of that connection and appreciative to be here.
Welcome back. Thank you.
Alors,
door, seatbelt, telemetry, air brake, restriction and lock, television frame, -3.
Set the trim -3.
Le disque peut tourner avec le réflecteur.
Parfait.
Cockpit trim -3, can you confirm?
Comment ça va se passer?
Donc,
Christophe va faire les readiness du front room et back room. Moi, je vais faire la
Okay, so
readiness
on my side, the
à
last
la
thing
fin.
to do is
Christophe va dire Solar Impulse, are you ready? Bertrand va dire oui.
Okay,
I'm
Bertrand,
ready.
so you
Alors, à
have
ce moment-là, moi,
doors
j'enlève
large and
ma
small
cravate.
closed, correct?
Et je vous dis, monseigneur, vous avez la parole.
What about seatbelts and parachute
Oui, André.
straps?
it's on. You know what I can do? I can tighten the right strap.
Oui.
Perfect.
Oui.
The seatbelt is on.
D'accord, merci. Et la force, c'est 4 assis, mais ou bien?
Position after that.
Yeah. Yeah, every retracted and locked.
Non, la force c'est bien, c'est stable. En tout cas, chez moi c'est bien, c'est stable, etc. Tu auras l'information de Stéphane. Et de mon côté, je trouve que c'est très bon, donc very good. Il n'y a pas de nuage de la direction où va l'avion, donc pour l'instant c'est parfait, quoi.
Now turns to 060.
À toutes, ciao ciao.
Donc, je vous donne la parole.
Voilà.
So the latest wind we had is 040 with 6 knots.
So what do you want to do?
We're standing by.
Okay.
You need
060, you said?
040 with 6 knots.
Alors,
was the latest
donc
wind.
ici, bon, bah, on a les instruments de vol, vous verrez, là, il y a la vitesse, à droite, il y a l'altitude, bon,
Too easy.
I would be ready.
We are used to some challenges here. No?
Le cap
We're not having this. They don't like my accent. You see that? Yeah, they
And I
don't
can
want
give,
any sound, anything.
when we are 2 minutes away, I
hope
can
you
call
are
the tower of
because
Kalaeloa.
Yes, I still have it on my list. We're standing by for the readiness call.
No, I think
Okay.
we need to position the ground crew, which is not yet done, but I will call Stefan.
So ground crew has to prepare and is not yet in position, so we have to wait a couple minutes.
Okay, that's
Plaisir de vous voir ici.
How long? Niveau take-off? I think when the guys
there is a low-level cloud in front of me. Maybe I will have to take a little bit more on the left of the axis I cannot done before.
Okay, we copy it. Can you guess the altitude?
200 or 300 feet. 300 feet.
So you're saying you have a low-level cloud at 300 feet just in front of you?
Yeah, so maybe I will have to go around and go a little bit on the left side.
Can you guess how far it is? So is it
Seems to be on the end of the runway. In this case, I will tell the tower that I will move more to the left I will need to take the two runways, take off on runway right, and then switch to runway left for climbing.
BST camera. BST camera. Okay, stand by for a second.
For Bertrand. And I think it represents a lot for a lot of reasons. First, that his idea, I mean, he had this idea to fly with the renewables and to be able to fly almost forever. So it's somewhere, marked in his mind and in his entire body. It was difficult for him to get in this airplane, because this airplane is extremely difficult to fly, so it needed time for him to get the experience, the training for that. So a lot of people didn't believe he would ever be able to do it. You have to realize, in fact, where we are coming from. But he's a guy who has a lot of first resilience and I think a lot of stamina and not only energy, but really when he wants something, he will do everything to make it happen. So he has a strong will, and that makes it very special. And I'm really truly happy for him that it happens now, because he really deserves it. He deserved it. I mean, and he deserves it. So that's a special, very special moment. For us this morning, it was very technical. So when you are facing challenges, I mean, you really are, and I am completely immersed in the question, trying to find the right solutions and not doing the wrong or the bad mistake. So there are no space for emotions there. There is really space for thinking, to be strategic, and to analyze and to try to take the best out of a situation. So I think our world were completely different from this perspective.
At what point will he let go of that technical and start to, you think, enjoy the experience?
He? Yeah, he's not technical, he's emotional, like I said before.
Yeah, no, what
so
I mean
I mis-explained?
No, it's really good. But what I'm saying is, you're saying right now he's really in the
I think he's both now. He's at the same time, he has a lot of emotions, at the same time he has to be focused and does his job, but I'm sure it's a mixture of both there. So it's not one against the other one. I mean, it's one with the other one. Oh, but of course you don't want to let the emotions take over and forget why you are here and what you're doing. But I'm sure the emotions is part of everything he does and he will do over the next 2 days there.
Are they vital?
The
emotions?
I don't know if you mean vital. I think it's part of what we are. But maybe we could live without, I don't know, but we would be the different kind of individuals, huh? Oh, I have no idea.
Thank you.
It's a philosophic question, huh?
Yeah, I know it was a little bit. I challenged you, I'm sorry.
No, it's not bad, but I mean, you can say whatever you want when these are the questions. Of course, vital.
Or you think I have enough?
What do we do? We're not humans.
We will be good in energy as we take off now after 16 Zulu, but yeah, if you don't need them, you don't have to use them.
Oh, then I can put the wing light, the combo light.
It's not important.
For takeoff.
They are there, that's it. So you live with this and it's great.
We have enough.
And I mean, as you cannot change it.
Yes, if you only use it for takeoff.
It's quite impressive to be sitting in that plane. Exactly the same thing than last time when I was doing a couple of traffic patterns, and now I'm flying for 3 days.
Yeah. So we are all getting ready here. The front room and the back room are getting crowded, so yeah. A couple seconds left.
Satcom, Electrics,
donc elles sont pas du tout les mêmes.
Media? Media is busy. Ready, which means...
So solar safety, are you ready for final readiness call? Okay, all stations for the final readiness call. Solar media. Roger, solar
Okay, Bertrand, I think we're getting ready in 2 minutes, so you can inform the tower.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
Ground is ready, catching cruise position. Solar safety.
On a un avion qui est prêt. Hein, on a une mission qui est prête. On sait qu'on peut la faire. On n'est jamais à l'abri de l'inconnu, mais on est dans le, je dirais, on est dans ce qu'on sait faire. Donc, je pense qu'on est tous confortables. D'ailleurs, on le sent. L'atmosphère est complètement différente aujourd'hui qu'elle l'était au Japon ou en Chine, où finalement, je pense que le niveau de stress était monté à un niveau presque maximum. Et c'est ça qui a conduit aussi à beaucoup d'émotions après, parce que tout le monde était, je pense, au maximum de ce qu'il pouvait encaisser. Donc aujourd'hui, moi, je pense qu'on est très serein. Hein. On a vu ce matin, on a une difficulté avec le vent, et puis je pense que ça c'est vraiment géré de la bonne manière, et de manière sereine, en fait. Donc je pense que pour lui, c'est un moment qui est extraordinairement important. Et puis pour nous, on est vraiment dans un mode mission, maintenant, mission, prochaine étape.
Tu as une idée de ce qui se passe vraiment dans sa tête? Il est sur des choses très techniques ou qu'est-ce qui se passe dans la tête du pilote à ce moment-là?
Moi, je pense que c'est un mélange des deux. Hein. Je crois que dans une situation comme ça, t'es pas totalement émotionnel parce que tu ne pouvais pas faire ton boulot. T'es pas totalement technique non plus parce que tu es dans une étape qui est cruciale. Donc les deux sont là, les deux se mélangent, mais c'est ça qui rend la chose belle aussi, hein, qui rend la chose intéressante, qui rend la chose prenante, qui rend la chose captivante. À Noël me posait la question, savoir si on pourrait dissocier les deux, mais je pense qu'on peut pas. Ça c'est la caractéristique de l'humain. Alors c'est vrai si on est trop pris par l'émotion, ça devient difficile à gérer. Et puis si on n'est que dans le technique, je pense qu'on passe à côté d'une chose qui est extraordinaire et de choses qui sont extraordinaires.
Can we just turn him? Sorry, you good?
No, just give me 1 second.
Can you just turn and watch the plane? It'd be much better if you were watching the
Protection of the environment, clean technologies, fighting climate change. Tomorrow is Earth Day, United Nations Day, with the heads of state signing the Paris Agreement. So it's very symbolic, very, very symbolic to be in the air at that moment. Thank you, Albert, and talk to you when I arrive in San Francisco in 3 days, hopefully. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Bertrand. Goodbye, and we will follow your flight from Paris, where I will go for the E-Grand Prix, the electric car Grand Prix. So there's a wonderful link with clean energy and clean technologies there. So thank you very much, and Godspeed.
Thank you, and say hello to our friends from Formula E. That's such a great initiative. There will be a time in the future where people will ask, they were raised with gasoline in the past? How is it possible? So, let's go now.
Thank you.
Aloha Tower, Solar Post, I am now ready for departure. Bravo, Sierra India, Bravo. Departure will be at your own risk. Runway 4, right window, Fitzgerald at 3. Departure at own risk, runway 04, right. Thank you very much, Aloha.
This is not going to be natural. You're like this.
You're welcome. Thank you for all the collaboration with you and your team. It was wonderful to be here.
It was our pleasure, sir. Wish you the very best on your trip to Moffat.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so let's see what he does.
Okay, air engines are now starting to dock. Okay, everything is docked. Everything is on.
Lights? Yeah.
Great moment. I moved.
No lights.
Brake handle check. Brake check loose. Almost a takeoff power. I have no. Let's compare. Okay, let's go. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for everything.
Yes. Super.
Main wheel lift up.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Have a great flight, Bertrand, and enjoy it. And don't forget to come down. C'est beau. We're in the air. Dan, what's good? Huh?
1 second. Let's try and get a shot of the plane.
We are there.
That's good. That's good. It is good.
We are in the air. We are that. Yeah.
Pense pour applaudir.
Okay.
Finally. It was a little bit special, still this morning, huh? It was difficult to know if it would go,
As you can see, I reduced already a little bit the power,
Yes, very good.
which means that like this I can also go a little bit slower. No problem with the VMCA. Okay, now it starts to be a little bit less stable.
Looks good from here.
Thank you. Yeah, the wind really dropped down. We are fortunate. Okay, reaching 500 feet, initiating right turn.
Affirm.
Parce que là, vu qu'il y a du vent comme ça, ici, ça aurait été assez difficile. D'accord. Ça, c'est à peu près la route. Et le deuxième jour, on va faire de là à là. C'est incroyable quoi, la distance qu'on fait le deuxième jour. On va vraiment rattraper les vents. Il y a une haute pression. Et ça va bien nous pousser. Donc, comment?
Bravo, Sierra there, Bravo, enable, squawk 0215. 0215, okay, sorry, I had it on standby.
We copy it.
Ça, c'est San-José.
I'm standing
Okay, I
by.
will start to trim back. And a little bit too fast.
Standing by for airspeed check.
Yes. There's an oil tanker just on my left. Okay, promo off, landing lights off.
Copy it.
Okay, now I have to trim back because I'm much too fast. I will reduce power. I still have the gear out.
Yes. If you don't coordinate now with Honolulu, you can retract the landing gear. Power setting is good. Maybe you can reduce a little bit.
Tower, Mechanic 7, West Grand. Request departure direction West Grand, offshore, the runway we will see. Mechanic 7, Carlos, our cruise ground request departure direction on risk. Use caution, the wind 050 at 4. Mechanic 7, on risk, and we have vehicle personnel inside runway. Hello, Tower Soaring South. Can I switch to other frequency or I remain with you? Hotel Bravo Sierra India Bravo. Frequency change is approved. Contact approved 118.3 average. 118.3. Thank you very much. Hotel Bravo Sierra India Bravo.
Hello, 910,
902. HTF approach. Good morning, Hotel Bravo Sierra India Bravo. 1,100 feet, landing 1,500 inbound to Foxtrot 090 Charlie, and request proceeding to the following waypoint.
Hotel Bravo Sierra India Bravo, ACF departure, IDAS, Honolulu, altimeter 3004.
3004. And can you confirm when I can take the right turn for the following waypoint?
Hotel Bravo Sierra India Bravo, resume navigation.
Resume navigation. Thank you, Hotel Bravo Sierra India Bravo.
Okay, so I will put the gear up.
Perfect, and we copy it.
Hotel Bravo Sierra India Bravo, I did not see you again. Are you about a mile and a half southwest of level at 1,200?
Affirm, Hotel Bravo Sierra India Bravo.
Hotel Bravo Sierra India Bravo, radar contact, and climb the via pilot discussion maintain 5,000.
That's copied, Hotel Bravo Sierra India Bravo.
Confirm you stay at 1,500.
GPS 32 heavy. We're going to maintain 8,000 at 8,000 or reduce to 210.
Yes, confirm I'm remaining at 1,000.
Hi. I think we're going to actually sit down, if you don't mind. Yeah, is that okay? You've been sitting while you're an Olympian. You probably have been doing lots of standing and running around.
Did you retract the landing gear already?
Well, now on the set with me, we have Prince Albert of Monaco, who's a patron of the Solar Impulse project. Prince Albert, great to have you with us.
It's great to be back here. Thank you.
So tell me, how was it to see Bertrand and Solar Impulse back in the sky?
Well, it's an incredible feeling. We thought it might be delayed again, and we had the experience last year that a lot of takeoffs were postponed and pushed back. Well, but this is great. Apparently, there's a great weather window, and so you have to take advantage of that. But it's wonderful, A, to have the center back in Monaco, and B, to be able to witness this takeoff from Hawaii and en route for the last crossing of the Pacific to the west coast of the U.S. And I know that Bertrand is very excited. I know Andre, of course, but Bertrand, I think it'll be a great experience for him to be at the commands of Solar Impulse for this very important leg.
Yeah, very challenging leg, and it's great to be in Monaco. It's a lovely place. You know, there's you and your foundation obviously are patrons of many things, but what in particular about Solar Impulse inspires you?
Well, because we thought from the beginning at the foundation, and I thought personally, of course, that this was such an incredible project and such a statement for renewable energies and for a cleaner source of energy and for development in terms of innovation, not only in aeronautics, but in the way that we have to start thinking of different ways to use clean energy for transportation and for all kinds of innovations in that field. And so I thought this, of course, was perfectly in line with what I'm trying to do with the foundation, not only to help protect biodiversity, find solutions for better water management, and for all that we can do in terms of minimizing the impacts of climate change. But certainly the promotion of clean and alternative energies is at the heart of this. And what better exemplifies this this way of thinking a little differently, and that technology and innovation in terms of air transportation, and that everything that Solar Impulse embodies and also represents, I think made a perfect match. And so it was not only for the foundation, but for Monaco to be associated with this project is a tremendous honor and privilege, and I'm so enthusiastic about it, and I try to lend my support and lend my voice to so that it does have an impact, not only in terms of performance and in terms of adventure, but in terms of what it means for our future and for our future energy, clean energy means.
Well, because that's actually a very good point you make, that Solar Impulse, in the grand scheme of things, it's important for people like yourself to talk about it and get leaders to think about what it symbolizes.
No, I think so, and I think but a lot of people, I think, have understood this, and I hope many more people will follow this exciting end of the tour around the world of Solar Impulse. But I hope that it inspires deciders and leaders in different fields, but also in government to try to implement better measures for better research and better applications of alternative and clean energies.
And perhaps the next generation of explorers as well. I have one last question for you. I heard you were saying to Bertrand that you're off to Formula E. Tell me a little bit more about that.
Yes, well, I have to go to, I didn't say everything because I have to go to Madrid first to open the Spanish branch of my foundation, but then from there I'll be going to Paris for the Formula E Grand Prix in Paris, because my foundation is also partners with Formula E, and so that's I think it's a very symbolic link between air and road, and what Formula E is trying to do also to make a statement that electric cars and electric propulsion can be very competitive and can be it's a different way of approaching car racing, but it's I think a very promising way. And if we can also find ways to better apply that to everyday use of our cars and other vehicles on our roads with electric power engines, well then that'll be a very complete way of looking at the future of transportation this time on the ground.
Well, that sounds like an exciting trip. We look forward to having you back on Solar Impulse TV and back at the Monaco Control Center. And again, thank you very much for being a patron of the project.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to this, and I will be back.
Excellent. We love to hear that. Next, we've got a wonderful 360 video that we want to show you, which you will be able to play with once the show is over. It will be on YouTube and available on our website.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I think it was a first success when we could demonstrate that it can fly 5 days, 5 nights. So the technology works. I mean, the airplane was able to do it. Now we need to finish. To make it a success, to make the round the world a success, we have to get to our destination, which is Abu Dhabi.
It says 1515 on the right, on the GPS.
And what we want to show, of course, is the potential of these technologies, and that's the goal of the message.
And save the planet's resources. That would be a great success for us if people would understand that message.
Bravo traffic departing 4 left right to arrival, just a 2 ways. Roger, traffic inside.
This plane belongs to all the people who have this skill to dream and to try to make something useful in their life.
Children like you who are thinking about what you could do next, what you want to do in your life, which direction you'd like to study. And if this airplane can help you to make the right choice, to think about what you can do in the future, I think for us this is also part of the success.
Believe in the power of dreams.
Manual height 10 meters, 8, 6 meter, 4 meter, 2 meter, 1 meter, manual set down.
Well, a great 360 video on our website. Definitely have a play around with that. It's on our website and on YouTube. That's all from me here at Solar Impulse TV. It's been a great show. Very exciting, a lot of tension. The next thing we have for you is a series, a video of highlights from 2015. So if you hadn't had enough excitement, oh, never mind, I'm being told that we don't have that video, so we're not going to do that. Like I said, thank you for watching the show. Definitely go to our website to register and follow us on social media. And I'm being told that I should hold on for 30 seconds. But, and also check out our new website. It's very cool. It has an interactive map and a logbook. You can give us, send us comments, which we'd love to hear from you. And we will be doing Facebook Lives and lots of interviews coming up on the show. Our next show will be a Point of No Return show in about 10 hours' time. And as I said, we've got a lot of interesting interviews coming up. Achim Steiner, the United Nations Environment Program, the head of the Director General for that. I also spoke to Boyan Slot, who you may know if you are Dutch. He is the head of Ocean Cleanup. We will be speaking to him over the Great Pacific Garbage Patch. So if you are aware of that, and if you're not aware of that, definitely watch the show. So lots coming up on Solar Impulse TV. And of course, we will be connecting you with Bertrand in the cockpit on a regular basis. I'm sure you will be keen to hear from him. So please send us your questions if you have anything you want to know. We will ask the pilot or get someone here at the Monaco Control Center to answer those questions. And I think
Because I don't see him.
Yes, if I'm right, Tahan will be in the helicopter and take some pictures, but I have to ask.